Councillors, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Settle down, please.
Yeah, testing 1, 2. One, two. Speaker.
Councillors, please settle down. We are starting. Order, 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 order. Please lower your voice. Is this mic working? Councillors, order. We are now starting our meeting. But if there's movement and some disruption, that will be difficult for us to set. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. We are now starting the meeting. I will now invite the city manager, Mr. Musampele, to read the notice of convening this council meeting. Mr. Mpele.
Honorable Speaker, His Worship, the Mayor, Whip of Council, Deputy Mayor, ngikhuleke emakhosini asendlunkulu, collective leadership of this house, members of the public who are joining us through live streaming, members of the public who are part of the meeting here, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I wish to read the notice of the meeting to all members of the eThekwini Council in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998 as amended and as per the directive by the Speaker. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the eThekwini Municipal Council will be held on Monday, the 30th of September 2024 at 10 o'clock in Nkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bramfisher Road, Durban. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpele. Let's all rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let
Seconds for prayers and meditation. Thank you. You may take your seats. We are now going to receive the announcements. The municipality is very proud to announce that Amawoti pedestrian bridge project, which is a 425-meter single U-pen shaped convention reinforced concrete pedestrian bridge over Oshtanga River, built in response of the April 22 floods, was awarded 2024 South African Institute of Civil Engineering, SAICE, Community-Based Project of the Year Award. Thank you. This recognition was bestowed on the city at the 2024 SAICE National Award held in Johannesburg on the 5th of September 2024. Siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu umnyango lo wakwa engineering. Sibonge na city manager ngomsebenzi omuhle owenziwe kulela bridge. We also want to thank the former acting head engineering, Mr. Tanda Zulu, who was leading the team to build this bridge. The city congratulates the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center, the IEC, for being voted again as the best South African Convention Center and thereby a winner of the 2024 World MICE Meeting Incentive Conference and Exhibition Awards. This conference was held in Ho Chi Minh city of Vietnam on the 4th of September 2024. The municipality also note that the membership allocation to the newly Section 80 committees has been concluded as per the submissions by respective party whips. The said reconfigured committees will start operating as soon as the council approve the terms of reference for human settlement and trading services committees. The council welcomed the following councillors as members of this council. Councillor Christopher from Ward 33 from Democratic Alliance. Councillor Eckers from Ward 34, an independent councillor. Councillor B. Singh from Ward 35 from the DA. Councillor Tipo from Ward 36, Democratic Alliance. Kahle kahle akumele ngabe ngiyathula ngingakhomenti kule matter. Yeah, I would have loved as a council when we are receiving or welcoming new members as part of this family. When they are introduced, they must feel that warmth. They must feel being welcomed by a family. But the manner we have received the new councillors, I'm not happy, but maybe in future, when we are receiving new members in our family, they must feel welcome. I don't think that the way councillors have been welcomed, they can see that they are part of the family. Councillors, we want to encourage all of you to conduct yourself with dignity and decency during the council proceedings and in compliance with the expectations in terms of the councillors' code of conduct. Siyafisa ke ukuthi ama-councillor wonke azalwa ngenyanga kaSeptember siwabongele, siwafisele futhi ke ukuthi aqhubeke aligubhe kahle usuku lokugcina enyangeni yokuzala kwabo. Thank you very much, councillors. Let me make few important announcements as per the agenda in compliance with our rules. There is no speaker's report today, but instead of the speaker's report, we are accommodating a request from the cluster or from the unit, from the city manager, for the presentation on water and sanitation, because there are urgent matters which the committee and the city manager, through the office of the mayor, approached me and requested to update council on issues of water and sanitation. After considering the request was then accepted and approved. Those are the changes in our agenda. I will now invite the city manager and his team, whoever is going to present, to prepare the presentation to be presented to council. But let me take the hand first from Umhlonisho Nyambos. Nyambos.
Thank you, Speaker. The day request 5 minutes caucus.
You are requesting a 5-minute caucus is granted, Nyambos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angiyenyawos, ngunyambos.
Nyambos. Is a word on yours. Yeah, 5 minutes, Nyambos strictly.
ngikwazi ukuthi lithi kudlula libe liphazamisa nami. Mshana. Speaker, sacela ikhokhasi ka 5 minutes.
Granted.
Kunjani gogo? Asikhona. Kunomgwaqo la uPegasus Road engake nganitshela ngawo. Ulungiswa nini kanti? Pegasus Road Emarine Bridge. Angisazi noma nganguthumele ku-Ops Group noma nganguthumele kuwena. Bengicela ke ukuthumelela pick up angana kwi-Ops Group. Even abo esobgogo, because they are normally very sharp in picking up these things. Bengicela ubukeke WhatsApp wakho manje. Cancel. I think I didn't say it was an official on my side, but I've just spoken.
This week, I'll tell him this week it will be resolved.
It's raining.
Yeah, I know.
So
No, you can't do nothing, I know.
I can't
concentrate online. You have no exams. You have exams online. Order, councillors.
Angabe mnandi ukuhlala kakhulu la. Uzoprojecta la.
Yeka uspika Mncwangu, yeka uspika sifuna ukuqhubeka nomhlangano.
Councillors, let's settle down. Let's settle down, councillors.
Hello, hello. Yeah.
The DA is back from their caucus. Order, 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 councillors. Order, order. Let's invite the whip of the DA or whoever to give us the report of the discussion we had.
Thank you, Speaker. The report is that we are ready to receive the presentation from EWS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. System Manager, let me invite you
Olupuceba
to
necela.
the point, but I will order. I will firstly invite the mayor to have some few remarks before the presentation. Your Worship.
Order, Speaker. Cha, angiphatheki kahle ukhansela ukuzwa lapha wakithi sephoce umqhele wakho umthetho.
Ilungise busy caucus yomndeni ilungise leyo. Your Worship.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Mayor, Amakosi, present, Honorable Whip of Council, ESCO members, Honorable Councillors, City Manager, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. We meet every Friday from 9 to 12 to discuss nothing but water and sanitation. As a city, we have been constantly saying that the demand for water far exceeds supply, and we continue to plead with all stakeholders, especially the public, to work with us to address this challenge. This high water usage can be attributed to, among other things, rapid urbanization, aging infrastructure, which causes water leaks, and illegal connections. It is important to mention that the bulk of water supply to eThekwini municipality comes from the Umngeni Uthukela water catchment system. The average abstraction amount, average abstraction amount from the Uthukela Umngeni system over the past 12 months amount to 1,406 megaliters a day. That is 1,406 billion liters a day. This is certainly not sustainable. This value will have to reduce to 1,287 megaliters a day. It must reduce to 1,287,000,000 liters a day, which is a reduction of 118 megaliters a day in order for Umngeni Water Board to meet the conditions of the water use license of 470 million cubic meters per annum. This will mean a reduction on the current sales and abstraction volume of 8.4%. For this reason, the Department of Water and Sanitation has imposed water curtailment on the system, which comes into effect on the 10th of October 2024. The curtailment will be for a period of 12 months, and we urge our residents to use water sparingly so that we can assist in reducing this high level of consumption. We want to indicate that we did everything in our power to avert this situation by writing to the department requesting the postponement of the curtailment while we implement measures to save water, including non-revenue water. However, we are at a stage where the ultimate goal is to avert a situation where water supply gets depleted from the source. In ensuring that residents are not adversely affected, the city will be implementing the following interventions. 1, installation of restrictors in water meters to all consumers. 2, pressure reduction in the reticulation network. 3, metering all unmetered consumers. 4, improve turnaround time in repairing leaks and pipe burst through deployment of ward-based plumbers. 5, community education in water conservation. 6, disconnection of illegal connections. 7, water rationing where demand is too high or exceeds available supply. Once again, we would like to plead with our residents to work with us to save water, not only for now, but also for future generations. I will now hand over to the water and sanitation team to give you more details about the curtailment, its effects, and the interventions we are implementing. Over to you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, for that presentation. We will now invite the officials from water to give us details. Councillors, after the presentation, those of you who might like to engage the report, ask questions, I will accommodate you before we move to our next item. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Without much further ado, I would like to call upon the Acting Deputy City Manager for Trading Services, Mr. Ethnic Msweli, to come and take the House through the presentation. Over to you, Bab Nongara. Thank you.
No, greetings. Thank you, City Manager, and thank you as well to the Honorable Mayor, His Worship, Councillor Klaba, and greetings to the Speaker, the ExCom members, and all the Honorable Councillors that are present. I just wanted to maybe start leadership by just giving some feedback on the issue of the algae before I just go through the presentation, because the last time I was here to address you on the issue of the algae problems that we were experiencing at Umgeni Water at the time. What I can say is that the algae issue it's a natural phenomenon, so you can't really resolve it. You can deal with it and mitigate against it. So I think that's what has been happening since the last time that I was here. Umgeni Water has implemented a number of initiatives to mitigate against the effects of algae. So how we see whether those initiatives are successful or not is by the amount of water that we receive from Umgeni Water. I think I explained last time that for the northern areas, as an example, at the time when we had that challenge, Umgeni Water was supplying us with one line instead of two lines, which they normally do if there is sufficient water. So I'm happy, Mayor, Deputy Mayor leadership, to report that currently, and for some time now, they are supplying us for the northern areas with two lines. So which means whatever they are doing on the other side is helping. If it was not for what the mayor has just spoken about, really, I think we would be looking good, because we would now be having the kind of water or the volumes of water that we had prior to the challenge with the algae. But unfortunately, as His Worship has alluded, we now have a new challenge in our hands that we have to deal with, and I think that's what I'm here about today. So, and then there's been some of the leadership that have been asking whether we are in day zero. I've heard a couple of councillors asking, does this mean we are in day zero in Durban, this reduction in the amount of water that we are getting from Umgeno Tugela water? And my answer would be not necessarily. We are not in day zero. I think if those that are familiar with the day zero that was experienced in Cape Town, I think that was in the context of the drought when there was just no water in the dams. The dams were getting empty, and that's why then the whole notion of day zero came up, because it meant that there was no longer, they were nearing a stage where there would be no water to supply the residents. We are not facing a day zero situation. We are merely facing a reduction in the amount of water available to us. So we have to, in essence, make do with what we have, but there will still be water, as I think the mayor has alluded. So I think that's also important to highlight that it's not the same thing that was experienced in Cape Town. I think the mayor has also indicated that this discussion started at the meetings that the mayor has started that take place on Fridays from 9 to 12. So the presentation you are seeing, that's why it's dated 26th. We deliberately left it as the 26th so that you can see that this is a presentation that we do for the mayor and the deputy mayor and the EXCO members, the chair of the Trading Services Committee, all the EXCO members that attend that meeting. And there's a lot of detail in the presentation that I will not necessarily go through here, but we do that in the Friday meetings, and we track progress in terms of restoring water supply to a number of areas in the city. So if you have the presentation, you'll see that it covers nearly all the areas in the city that experience intermittent water supply. But for this meeting, I will not be going to each one of those. So let's start. If we can go to the first slide. So some of the slides I will not spend time on, but because we want to spend some time on the issue of the curtailment of water supply that is about to happen. If somebody can move us to the next slide. Okay. All right, so I will really skip many slides, and even towards the end, there are some that I will not talk to. This particular one is a slide that is intended to show you that the problem of water scarcity is not only here in eThekwini, it's a worldwide problem. You can see in that slide at the bottom, it says as much as 4 billion people in the world experience water scarcity in one way or the other. But Africa is red. What that means is that a large part of Africa does experience water scarcity. The next slide I'll skip. It's just our statistical information. I'll skip on because of time. The next slide is the service level standards. This is quite important because if you look at where we experience intermittent water supply in general, most of the time it's in the rural areas, or what you would call ITB areas, and then also in the townships. That's where we tend to experience these water supply interruptions. And if you take the context of the rural areas, the main reason for that is that those areas were designed to receive 200 liters a day, where we started with free basic water. So the infrastructure that's on the ground is infrastructure that was designed for free basic water. But developments that have happened in the rural areas indicate that we now actually need to go back and upgrade nearly all the infrastructure that we had laid on the ground to supply rural areas, because most of them have got really big buildings. It's no longer what you had before, where 200 liters would have been sufficient. But the constraints are important. Rapid urbanization, I think we've covered before. But the fact that we in the rural areas, we are not adhering to the 200 liters, because if we had to do that, we would have to, in the past, we had what was called electronic bailiff units. Those are devices we had at that time to control and make sure that people only get 200 liters a day. But now, with the houses and the sizes of houses that are there, 200 liters would not work. So we are supplying and working against those constraints, aging infrastructure. I think I will move on because of time. The next slide number 6, is interventions that the city is implementing to respond to the issue of ensuring that there is water security. Without going through bullet by bullet, what this slide is saying is that On the city side, I think we have done everything that the city can do in terms of making sure that there is infrastructure to convey the water to people if the water is available. So those big projects, the Western Aqueduct is complete, it's there, it's a big pipeline, and it's about 1.6 meters in diameter. It's there. The Northern Aqueduct, new Northern Aqueduct, again, it's there on the ground. Southern Aqueduct is being repaired at the moment. So the city on its side is doing well in terms of providing infrastructure, what it is supposed to do. But the problem is, after you have the infrastructure on the ground, the question is, do you then have water to put in those pipelines that you construct? So I can indicate, for example, that in the case of the Western Aqueduct, we are running at half capacity of the pipeline. So the pipeline's on the ground, but because the Umkomazi Dam is delayed, then we don't have enough water to put in those pipelines. And the same applies to the other aqueducts as well. So what are we doing at the moment? The council, you approved a turnaround strategy in April 2023. We are implementing that strategy. In fact, today is the deadline for us to submit to National Treasury the roadmap for implementation of that strategy and also the business plan. So we are busy implementing that. It's quite a lot that is in that strategy. But in terms of pressure management is what Cape Town did in the main when they were dealing with their day zero. They focused on pressure management, reducing pressure, so that even when you have pests, you don't lose a lot of water. We are also doing the same. We have about 2,331 working pressure reducing valves in the city. So we are increasing the frequency of maintaining those pressure reducing valves. And then we are also installing and commissioning new pressure reducing valves, about 107 pressure reducing valves that we are currently implementing. So it's very much in line with what other people also do. I think I'll skip this one to save time. But the recent challenges, and this is what this presentation is about. If you look at the block on the left, bottom left of that slide, it says that the city has been given a directive by National Department of Water and Sanitation to reduce our abstraction from the Umgeni system. Umgeni system is the 5 dams that come from inland and connect with us through the Western Aqueduct. So there's a directive that we reduce what we abstract from that system by about 8.4%, which is about 108 megaliters a day. But I think the mayor alluded to the fact that that reduction is not going to be all from month 1. It doesn't mean that from October they are going to reduce by 108 megaliters a day. The department is giving itself 12 months over which they must gradually achieve that reduction of 108. So there will be a table later on that will show you, for example, what the target is for month 1, what the target is for month 2. I think councillors can read that in their own time. There's quite a lot of detail. I think I've covered the issue of the algae. So in summary, there's a slide that talks to the curtailments. So the important information is that the restrictions come into effect on the 10th of October. So from 10th of October, that reduction will start. And it's a 12-month gradual reduction in the volumes. And the city on our side, obviously we have to prepare for that, and we have detailed plans that we have also presented to the mayor and EXCO on how we are going to achieve and mitigate against the reduction. But in essence, what we are required to do as a city is reduce our demand. So we've got to reduce demand, and it becomes tricky because you have to reduce your demand in a manner that will also not reduce your revenue. So it's a balancing act, because it doesn't help if we reduce demand, but also find ourselves in a situation where we now have insufficient revenue to run the business. So there's a lot of detail in terms of how we do that. So it means we will target areas where we've got the highest water losses, because I think the first starting point should be saving on water losses, water that is not going to anyone. I think that's what we'll target first. After that, you then have to try and reduce demand at the household level. It has been established, and DWS has been quite vocal against us, that consumption in Durban, in eThekwini, is generally higher than what it should be. On average, we are around 268 liters per person per day. That's what we consume in eThekwini. That number should be 173 liters per person per day. So we've got to reduce our demand to be in line with that number. The algae have spoken to that. So maybe, Speaker, I can end on this slide because it's a summary of what we are doing. If you start at the top, we're going to reinstate the automated controls for reservoirs. What that means is that at the moment, most councillors that come from areas that are affected know that, they even know that we have WTOs. So those are our staff that we send to open valves and close valves to build up storage. But we want to automate that whole process so that it happens without anyone going there to shut and open and shut. So it will self-regulate depending on the levels of the reservoirs. So that's what we are doing. The next block, it says demand reduction table. So again, this is where it's water rationing, if you want to call it that, so that we share the water that is available. And the pressure management, I've spoken about it, so we're going to do that. And we are also doing data logging to see which areas, in which areas we are losing the most water, so that then we target those areas. That has already started. That work has already started, so that we can see minimum night flows, the losses by suburb. And
Nkos, sorry, Mr. Msweli, try to move with speed and conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, so the interventions are there. I think the important one, on the Speaker, to highlight, the one that we would like the leadership to be aware of, and we really appeal for your support when we come to your wards, is the installation of restrictors. Because we're going to have to work with you. We'll be going to the meters. It's a washer. When you say restrictor, it's a washer. It's a very simple device. We install that in a meter so that we limit the amount of water that goes through. So what that means is that it doesn't matter how much you open your taps, we are going to control it at the meter. We really appeal for your support when we do that. This slide, there's one that you can look at your leisure. It's a detail from which aqueduct by how much you must reduce. I think there is not enough time to take you through that. Maybe, Honourable Speaker, I can end there and respond to any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nongalo. Thank you, Your Worship, for that presentation. The reason why I've accepted the request from the mayor is because I understand that the issues of water and sanitation are very much important in the municipality. For the fact that I accepted the mayor to address council and the presentation, I'm now forced to take hands of those who might like to comment on the remarks and presentation. But I want to caution all of you that I'm doing this because we're a democratic institution. By the way, I've got the information from the weather team that the weather might be too bad after 1 o'clock. Therefore, please cooperate and work with me while I'm trying to accommodate you, but let's not waste time so they deal with other important matters. Don't abuse the platform I'm giving you. I want to take one hand from one political party, not more than one, so that we are quick. I'm taking the one few hands. Councillor Pekte, I'm taking one there. Who's there? Councillor Kuala, Mwango, then there's Councillor Pillay, there's a councillor at the back there, I think Msweli. Then I can't see, Freedom France, yeah, then then Councillor Mieni, then who else? I want to note all hands. Councillor Madlala, then we will close. If there are questions, the mayor and the city manager and the team will respond. Nongalo, you can take a seat to wait if there are questions that necessitate response. Councillor Pekte, you are the first. Let's try to be short so that we accommodate each other. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to keep it quite short, and it was just interesting that Mr. Msweli, only towards the latter part of his presentation, touched on the one big thing, and that's the water losses. Because that's one thing, you know, it's one thing to say we must curtail the usage, but you also have to plug the holes. And with water losses at 55% plus, one would have to say that we have to probably do more instead of just ward-based plumbers. And where you do have these ward-based plumbers, one would also have to ask that the reaction teams or the reaction time be shortened. When a leak is reported, that it be actioned as quickly as possible. Because it's one thing if you are going to restrict the flow in of your revenue water, but you also have to keep a very close eye on your non-revenue water. And I'm glad that he did touch on the illegal connections in the townships and the fringe
Order,
areas
Speaker.
of the city.
Order, Speaker.
Order.
Yes, Councillor Kambule. Thank you, Speaker. I want to check because I even see the hands of people who are sitting in that where all these presentations are being made. So I don't understand. They're just really wasting our time because this presentation, they should do that because this presentation was made to them. So I don't understand, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, your point of order, Councillor Kambule is overruled. Is overruled. Councillors, I've already explained that the issue of water and sanitation is critical to the people of eThekwini. Now, if council is getting this report and the members of the public are watching with interest to get update of what the city is doing with issues of water, that's the reason why I've allowed this few minutes for you to engage on this. Proceed.
Speaker?
I will come
Speaker?
after. Yes, Novu.
I think Speaker are missing the point. Members of ESCO had all the leverage to make inputs in that committee. I will understand if someone else not sitting in ESCO is making an input in this meeting. So I think we're trying to save time here. So you had an opportunity to make inputs in the ESCO meeting. Just allow other councillors to make inputs. You can't take 5 minutes making inputs, something that you should have done at the ESCO level. Thank you very much.
Okay, your point is very critical, and then I accept your point. But I accept your point. But that doesn't mean that councillors here, they can't speak on the matter. All councillors have the right and they are free to express themselves on behalf of their parties on the matter. Therefore, everyone is free to speak.
Speaker,
As we proceed.
Speaker, just a
No,
follow-up.
Gatle,
I think it's a wrong precedent.
Order.
I think it's a wrong precedent.
Order. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Those of us who on EXCO and do attend these meetings
Try
are
to
quite up to date.
conclude, Councillor
Sir.
Pete. Order.
Another thing that needs to be taken into consideration, and one would have to ask, although we are using in excess of what Umgeni and the national regulator believes us to have, one would have to ask whether they've actually taken into consideration the expanding population. Ms. Msweli did touch on it, but if you look at the north and the western areas that are going through quite a bit of a problem, we need to take into consideration that there's big industrial, retail, and residential developments that have gone up in that area, and they are fed very much so of people with an influx on the city and not necessarily those who are already in the city. And then also meter readings. If you look at our latest reports, we're still not metering, and one would have to ask whether the estimation, whether that then ties up with the revenue side of it, and one would have to ask when are we going to get that into place. We understand the restrictions. We hear that there is now some mitigating the curtailments, and some of those are electronic monitoring, and one would have to ask why only now.
Okay, let's end there. Kuala?
Sibonga sibingelele sihlalo. Siyayibonga i-presentation. Kodwa ke mhlambe asibonge la ubaba uNonkosi. Mhlambe kuzosilekelela uma usondele kakhulu kule yelokhuzana. Ya water le mhlangano enihlala. Kodwa baba uNonkosi mhlambe ake sikuphe le briefing ngoba wena unamava from a national level. Inkinga yamanzi asikeze ukuyiqeda noma asikeze ukufinyelela esixazululweni uma singakakhulumi nge-master plan. Masakhuluma ngo-business plan, it won't take us further. We can create plans like councillors are requester or plumber, but it seems like it's got no proper plan or alignment. We appeal kuwena ke baba umeya ukuthi mhlambe nino baba uNkosi ake ngempela nizamele ukuthi nithole ukuthi why singenayo i-master plan instead kuzoba ne-business plan, because it seems like it won't take us further. But when we understand kangcono le ngikhuluma. Further to that, i-committee lika Lamngeni, as much as linga presenta indaba ye-algae nokunye, kodwa with ama-expert nabantu okuyibona abakwi-department engicabanga ukuthi baqashwe ngoba ngempela beyama-expert. So asikwazi ukuba nenkinga engaresolveki futhi singenayo iplan ukuthi how we resolve it, because ngicathi yonke inkinga isuke idinga imali, but idinga ukuthi ipresentwe ngendlela eyiyona ngoba nayo ama-water tank it's been presented every now and then idinga imali and ithatha imali enkulu emkhandlwini, kodwa futhi at the same time is not effective ngendlela esuke ifakwe ngayo imali. So we appeal ukuthi mhlambe baba umeya awuyibukele eduze lento singalowo sikhuluma noma sikhohlisana kulendlu sikhuluma ngama-issues ka-water. Issues ka-water angaresolveka, it's just that sidinga umuntu one-will noma abantu abane-will yokuresolve ama-issues. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Ncango.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I think one must commend Mayor Nonkosi for this initiative, because I think it's very important that as councillors get such briefings, and I think we must really encourage such a platform to be created for the mayor and officials to give us crucial information. But I just want to make note on the issue of water loss in Zimbabwe, that can the department focus on the issue of water loss, mainly around water leaks, which are really a problem, and also the response time from the department in terms of the calls that are being made, because customers are raising the complaints, but it takes sometimes 2 or 3 weeks for the department or unit to respond to the issue of water loss. But one must also commend you in Zimbabwe, especially around the initiative that has been taken by your department as presented today. And it's clear that sometimes we blame you and the municipality over challenges beyond the municipality. And I think this presentation gave us that insight, which is always lacking. And I think it helps us also as opposition to play our role constructively without always criticizing, because we lack sometimes information like this. I just want to ask like one question, whether, are you aware if there's any initiative taken by Umgeni Utwela Water, or are they doing anything to hold Umgungundlovu district and Umgeni municipality accountable as a source of this sewer we are facing, which causing algae in our municipality and affecting most of residents? So I think it's important we must make sure that people must account. So I think it's important that we get the understanding whether is there accountability against district of Umgungundlovu and Umgeni municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the DLC will also place on record the initiative of the mayor and the water in terms of prioritizing this very important matter by mentioning that every Fridays there's discussion on the water problem in the city, speaks volumes of the initiative and the responsibility and the task the leadership of the city sees that is necessary and important for our citizens. However, there are some issues that have already been expressed. Water loss. You know, Mr. Speaker, for many years now we have been debating and discussing, engaging on water loss. How do we repair leaks timeously? I think the service level agreements doesn't speak to what is happening on the ground, especially when water leaks are reported. They're only repaired weeks later. And sometimes when the leaks are repaired, they are not repaired in totality. So that questions the type of plumbers we employ to repair these leaks. So I think the head of water should really look into that as a matter of urgency that will curb the water losses and also ensure that the water issue has become a thing of the past. But once again, I want to appreciate the initiative. And also one final question to the head of water. The Northern Aqueduct the infrastructure was done many years ago. And why is it taking them so late now to commission the Northern Aqueduct? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Sweli?
No, asibonge speaker. Sibingelele nje. Sibingelele nakubaba umsweli. Sesikade sifisa ukuthi angangenelela kulomkhakha lo wamanzi. Thina ke esihlala endaweni zamakhosi endaweni zasemakhaya sinenkinga enkulu yamanzi. And nalama meter efakwa osonkontreka abathize aphambene. So sinesicelo la sokuthi akungadlalwa ngabantu abalapha emakhaya akade bahlala khona bezayelwe khona endaweni sebezokhokhela amamitha okungewona awabo. Besithi nje babuswele akawuzame uyochecka kule ndawo le yasemaqadini emzinyathi kusukela phezulu kule ndawo ekuthiwa isesixhotsheni uyaphansi lapha ethwelenye kune portion edevelopileke lapho edevelopile lo portion neshow away ngayo lo portion khona oMasinga Road lapha khona uMasinga Road phezulu yonke leyo ndawo leyo inama meter kodwa aphambene imitha yakamsweli ibiza kakubani. So lokho kaningi ke babusweli sifuna ukuthi size sikuthole sireport sesireport kaningi kunendawo okuthiwa isesavuye mawushona phansi ngakonkosi le ndawo ina 17 years abantu bengenawo amanzi amavaterkana afika ngaleso sikhathi leso but asikaze si experience le nteje kalena besiphila ngama boreholes sigwedla o windmill sikhulile sibadala manje sikacela ukuthi mhlawumbe nayo babumeya ke kungenelelwe ekutheni zibuye kolidala sibangaka sikhulile nangawa ama boreholes azokwazi ukusiza kakhulu kule nkinga esinayo kuyimanje inkinga yamanzi. So thina ke njengoba sisebenza ku ground ke siyakhathalela kakhulu umphakathi.
Thank you Nongalo. Next speaker before the last speaker. Yeah, you are the last, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
That side before I come here, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Not to ignore the infrastructure decline and the massive cost to ratepayers. I live in Durban North and we constantly experience water outages. What I've done is I've collect rainwater into a tank and I use that to flush the toilets. Because if you have to go, you have to go. But maybe we can use this as an example to approve new building plans that it includes ideas like this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matala.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm covered by the proposal by the EFF that we should not waste council's time as EXCO members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hlogo, any response? City Manager and the Mr. Msweli, before we proceed to speak. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the honorable members of this House have raised some very good proposals which we intend to take forward to a large extent. These have been very good proposals, but there are specific questions which I'm going to request Mr. Msweli to respond to. Questions such as whether we have a master plan, why has it taken so long to commission the aqueduct, and I just want to respond. So, and some few questions along that line of questioning, but I just want to respond to also whether is it possible to use the building plan approval processes to enforce the issue of using rain harvested water in the water tanks for flushing. It is something that we will definitely look into as a proposal, whether we can be able to make it part of the scheme. We will need to look at the limitations that may provide, because we will also have to look at issues of whether will we continuously have rainwater to be able to harvest. What happens in regions where that is not available, for instance? So if you link it to a basket of land use rights, it may be very limiting, but it's a good proposal, it's a good consideration, taking into account that we are a water scarce city. But let me allow Nongalo to respond to what were the specific questions, having said that the large part of it were very good suggestions from the councillors, also appreciating interventions by His Worship the Mayor, and we also welcome those. But Nongalo, come through and respond to specific questions. Thank you very much.
2 minutes, Nongalo.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Yes. 2 minutes is 120 seconds, so I'll be very fast. I think, Councillor Pierre, the point on the issue of ward-based plumbers, I just want to add to that. That initiative has helped quite a lot. Before we started it, we had a backlog of about 8,000 falls, waterfalls that we used to have in the system. When the turnaround strategy was done, we committed to reducing that, to clearing the backlog by end of this month, which is September. Yes, maybe we're not down to zero, but the improvement has been very good. Reduction from 8,000 to 700. Currently, where we are now, we are around 700 waterfalls that are still in the system. So there's been significant improvement that has been achieved through the deployment of ward-based plumbers. I've noted the input about shortening the turnaround times. Councillor Pierre also asked whether DWS took into consideration the growth in the city. Their point of departure is that if you don't do anything, you are going to drain the dams. That's their point of departure. Any dam has what is called a yield. So if you are taking more water than what the yield is, within a few months, you'll drain the dams and you'll have no water. So that's where they are coming from. I think, I wouldn't say they are overlooking those issues, but they say it's the right thing to do for business and for the citizens of eThekwini. I think they communicated that as well in the letter that they wrote to His Worship. They said it's in the interest of the city as well. So why are we only implementing the curtailments now was the next question. Curtailment is like a last resort. We had to implement a number of other initiatives which we have been implementing, and obviously we've come right to the end. But this was pending the reply also from National, whether they were going to allow us an extension of time, which they have replied and said no to that request. Councillor Kwala is saying that we don't have a master plan. What we have had is two documents. We had a document called Water Infrastructure Plan, a 25-year plan, and we also had a 25-year plan for wastewater as well. So that's what we've been having all along, and we also had a water services development plan. So those are the three documents that we've had. So, but to National Department of Water and Sanitation now wants a master plan in a particular format. And we have started working on that, and the procurement processes are underway to appoint a service provider that will then give us, it's the same information, but in a format that National wants. So we do have it, but it's a case of getting it in the format that DWS wants. Councillor Nwango, I think some of it was comments, and thank you for that. You were asking whether is there any initiative from Umgeni to hold the district municipality. I think that question is bigger than me. So all I can say is I'm not in a position to speak for Umgeni and the National Department of Water and Sanitation. So I'm not sure how they are dealing with the issue of the source of the pollution coming from that district municipality. So I'm not commenting on that issue. I think Councillor Pillay is also, I think you were talking to the issue of water loss and the leaks. The only comment I want to make is that repairing leaks is obviously one of the interventions. that is necessary to reduce water losses. But there are other interventions. I alluded, for example, to the issue of pressure management. You have to do all those things, meter reading. There's a basket of things that you have to do to reduce water losses. Just that there isn't time enough for me to go into detail. Is my 2 seconds gone? Okay, so if I don't answer some of the questions, it's time. So which one is important? I think Unonga, Councillor.
Ibambe lapho leyo ngayiphendulanga uyiphendula in private.
Yeah, okay.
Uzohlangana nabo ubanike impendulo. Please,
Especially
please leave the stage.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm trying to take your seat.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, councillors. Yeah, I think we've allowed sufficient time for you to be updated on what is happening in water and sanitation. You can engage individually with the department, the city manager, to get more information on the plans that the city have in addressing issues of water and sanitation. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Nongalo, for your presentation. And thank you to all of you who have made comments on the presentation. Now, let's now get the leave of absence, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We received the following applications for leave of absence. It's Councillor P.H. Ngumalo. Is not available from today to the 2nd of October due to personal commitments. Councillor M.M. Mkize not available, indisposed for today. Councillor T. Said indisposed. Councillor Nelinyanisa indisposed. Councillor Z. Mnomia indisposed. Councillor F. Uzet Mnomia indisposed.
Ismail.
That's how it is written here. Councillor F. Ismail indisposed. Councillor Z. Ntuli indisposed. Councillor D. Pillay not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor Cherube indisposed. Councillor T. Ngumalo indisposed. Councillor T. Mia indisposed. Councillor N. Zondi indisposed. Councillor E. Pachapen not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor R. Singh requested to leave at 12 today. Councillor N. Mtembu Zondi requested to leave early. Councillor Z. Nchazela indisposed for today. Councillor E. Mngadi not available due to personal commitments. Councillor M2C not available due to personal commitments. Councillor M.S. Nkosi requested to leave at 11 o'clock. Councillor J. Singh requests to leave at 4 o'clock. Councillor J. Mkize, personal commitments. And Councillor S. Van Vogel indisposed for today. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, the all leave of absent approved. Chief Whip.
Siyabonga Somlomo. Kukhona eyodwa esalile noma mhlambe ngingayizwa ngekhansela uJali request leave of absence.
Okay, thank you. With that addition, councillors, the all leave of absence approved. Thank you very much for that. We will now move to the declaration of interest. Anyone to declare interest? None. Thank you very much. We are now moving to item number 9, confirmation of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes. The meeting that was on the 1st of August 2024 on Thursday. Then the second set was the meeting on the 29th of August. We are now going to start with the first set of our minutes. Let's start with the corrections before matters arising. If there's anything, you raise your hand for correction. Page 1. In this minute is page 3437. 3438, 3439, 3440, 3441, 3442, 3443, 3444, 3445, 3446, 3447, 3448, 3449. The last page, 345. That is the first set of the minutes. Is there anyone who want to raise a matter for discussion for this minutes? If there's none, let me have the hand that move for the adoption or the first set of our minutes. Let me have the hand that move for the adoption of the first set. Councillor Kwela.
Yes, I move.
Thank you, Councillor Miani.
I second Somlomo, thank you.
Thank you. The first set of the minutes have been moved and seconded. The second set, as I've indicated earlier, is for the meeting that was on the 29th of August 2024. We will start with the corrections. Page 3622, 3623, 3624, 3625, 3626, 3627, 3628, the last page, 3629. No corrections. Anyone to move for the adoption, please raise your hand. Any mover for the adoption? Councillor Mkhize?
Thank you, Speaker. I move.
Councillor Kabasa?
I second.
Thank you very much. Minutes have been moved and seconded. Thank you for that. Any matters arising from the second set of minutes? Nothing. Right. We will now move to item number 11. In our agenda, we are dealing with the questions in terms of section 27. I hope that, item 11. Yeah, no, there are no questions. I've checked here. Councillors, there are no questions. We'll move to that item. I will now invite His Worship, the Mayor, to present the first report of the Executive Committee.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor?
We have with us the Honorable Roy Moodley, a Member of Parliament. I was hoping you will acknowledge his presence.
Unfortunately, no arrangement was made with my office for the visit of the honorable member from Parliament. In terms of our procedure, if there is a visit from the leadership from other spheres of government who are going to be part of our council, we normally acknowledge them. Unfortunately, this time we've not been informed. Do remember the last time when Councillor Visven Reddy was here, he was acknowledged because before he came, he made arrangement with the office. Thank you, Councillor Tenga, for informing us. Your Worship.
Speaker, colleagues, it is my honor to present the first report of the Executive Committee to this August House. It is so presented. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The report is from the meeting of the 26th. It's from the meeting of the 24th of the 6th, 2024. Item is the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting of the 19th of the 6th, 2024. Item 1.1, investment report for the month ended 30th April 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Sompisi. There are two speakers on the item, Councillor McPherson and Councillor Mgonyama.
Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, I've also got my name on the list.
No. I've invited Councillor McPherson, no one else.
I'll send you the email that I sent you.
No. McPherson? Councillor McPherson is not here.
Yeah, I'm here. I was just waiting for the
Okay.
interruptions.
Councillor Mgonyama?
Speaker, Councillor McPherson is here. I said I was waiting for the interruptions to stop, Speaker.
Yeah, no, but I've invited you more than 3 times. You're not speaking.
As every time I started speaking,
Yeah, no,
there
no,
was
no, no, no.
interruption.
No. Listen. If I invite you, you must check the floor. Please proceed.
I had my card up, and then
Yeah.
you stopped.
You can address council.
Thank you, Speaker. This is actually this item is more important than it may come across at first glance. So I'm going to take some time to go through it slowly and carefully, even though it was from April. And the highlights are that we have investments of 9.4 billion, unutilized grants of just over 2 billion, and importantly, we now have a negative credit outlook. And in the report, it doesn't just say negative, it refers it as severe. It goes on further, Speaker, to say that interest on borrowing now exceed interest received. Interest received on the 9.4 billion investments that we have. The report goes on further to say, Speaker, that the negative credit outlook is the introduction of Section 159. And Section 159, Speaker, is self-inflicted. It's self-inflicted by the current ruling administration, as well as the support from its alliance partners. Section 159 is an intervention, we hope, as the Democratic Alliance, to slow down the collapse of service delivery, in particular within the Water and Sanitation Department. It looked to collect the uncollected debt of 33 billion, improve water media readings, which increases revenue, and importantly, a lack of accountability within the leadership and senior management. Now, I want everybody to remember, as a Democratic Alliance, we argued in virtually every single committee that the lack of accountability will at some point impact ultimately on the revenue, income, and cash flows. And here we are. Now, had the previous chair, in particular of the Finance Committee, and others, if I may add, taken note of the DA's contributions and offers to be part of the bigger solution, Section 159 could have been avoided. Fact. Section 159 now means, as is contained in this report, that borrowings now cost more. And here we are. Intervention is the only tool to ensure that borrowings are reduced as they are no longer affordable, contained right here in the report. I'd like to remind the House, Speaker, it was only the Democratic Alliance that argued strongly against the billions being applied for as borrowings every single year. What did we say, Speaker? We said, increase your revenue streams, collect the debt, utilize the grants instead of them being sent back. Don't punish the few ratepayers, and I think I stand to correction, and I'm happy to be fact-checked, that there's only 300,000 ratepayers here to provide capital budgets and project service delivery to 4.2 million people. Speaker, as the DA, we are pained at this report. There's no satisfaction. We don't get pleasure out of this. This is hurtful to us. You spoke earlier of us being a family. We don't feel like that. Had our contributions been taken seriously, we wouldn't be faced with this. So here we are. We're aligned to this report as it's a sign of, we hope, a signal that hopefully this is the beginning of progress to improve financial stability within this eThekwini municipality. Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
With the minute donated from UIM. We welcome the management finally acknowledge the imbalance where the municipality interest payments exceed the income generated from all investments. I'm referring to the 3 billion borrowings in the last 2 years to fund capital projects, including to fix 17 dysfunctional sewer plants. Although we can borrow the money, it will make no sense to pay off higher interest if we don't have our own money. Here I'm referring to the 9 billion in fixed investment that the city has. With these borrowing, although within treasury norms, as pointed out by the CFO and the city manager, we need to remind ourselves that this is not our money that we are using, but ratepayers' money. So we need to look after their interest and not pay 330 million per annum on interest to the banks where they benefit, their board of directors, and not the people of eThekwini. This money should rather be utilized to fix broken infrastructure, like the bridge that's been washed away in Dwedwe, leaving communities stranded. It's nice to know that we have 9 billion invested at 9.3% and 56 days cash on hand, and that it shows financial stability for the metro. However, the unutilized capital and organizational grants of 2 billion is a concern, as this could be fast-tracked to be utilized and invested in our people via projects so jobs can be created. We also welcome the appointment of the external debt collectors to service the 31 billion outstanding debt of the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Munyama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, le mbogo yakho yanamhlanje angada isebenzi kahle. Angazi noma ingoba kubanda yini. Ngifisa la speaker ukuthi ngiqale ngicommente kule ethi as much as big inkinga lezi ke zasemngene water, but as eThekwini we are proud to say zonke le inkinga ezibikwayo we don't owe umngene water anything, so we need to be proud for that. Also no Eskom asemkweleti lotho. Ngiyafisa ke speak uqale ngibonge nje ioffice la CFO ukuthi lisendovele kahle issue yezimali. Angene kule report ke i-report engicabanga ukuthi speaker isibeka kahle kakhulu. Iyadida ke leyaboza kwethu le report abebethanda ukuyimixa nama borrowings kanti akukho la ihlangana khona. The report ikhuluma kanjena ke Honorable Speaker. As the municipality we have invested more than 9 billion in a various financial institutions with a return investment of 9.3, which is very good, Honorable Speaker. Also, as this municipality, we got an overdraft unutilized facility over 680 million, which is very good. It shows that our banks are sustainable, Speaker, because this is an overdraft facility esingayisebenzisi. Akusho ukuthi ngeke siyisebenzise. Sibuke kakhulu nale ama disaster ajwayele ukusivelela. So asifuni ukuthi sivele sibekhelese nje kuyona. We are noting ke speak ukuthi say not le revenue collection ukuthi asimile kahle kuyona, but we are going to improve we revenue collection. Ngicela ukuthi ke ngivale ngokuthi Speaker, we want to thank the office of the CFO for making sure that they keep our municipality in a good financial sound. We thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mgwengwe, Councillor Ngonyama. Councillors, is the recommendation noted? Thank you very much, City Manager. Next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is on page 6, item 1.2. Authorized irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred for the quarter ended 31st of March 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got a few speakers on my list. The first speaker is Councillor Mwango. Mwango, I've got 3 minutes from APF, HM, and Freedom Front Plus. EFF, Councillor Ndlovu. ANC, Councillor Baba. Those are the speakers. Councillor Mwango.
Ngicela uqhubeke speaker.
Mwango.
Ngicela uqhubeke speaker.
Mwango.
God.
Okay, thank you.
God too soon.
Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think as the EFF were covered for now, I think there is this issue later.
Thank you, Kacheni. Your Worship. No goes.
Sorry, no, I'm not a speaker on this item.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
Councillors, item 6, page 6, item 1.2. Are the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Item 1.4, public tender awards of eThekwini municipality for the month ended 31st May 2024.
Sorry, City Manager, sorry. It's 1.4, 1.3. 1.3, eh? Yeah. Page 8, 1.3.
Please accept my humble apologies, honorable councillors. It's 1.3. Okay, it reads like 1.4. My bad, I'm sorry. 1.3, public tender awards of eThekwini municipality for the month ended 30th April 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ndlovu, you are the speaker, the first speaker, and Councillor Mkize, you will be the second speaker. Kajen. Okay, let's proceed. Councillor Mkize.
Thank you, Speaker. Asibonge ithuba. Sumbutho wa ANC siyamukela report nama recommendations ayo. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations, councillors, agreed. Noted. Thank you very much.
Item 1.4, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. On page 9, public tender awards of eThekwini municipality for the month ended 31st May 2024. Committee recommends.
We are on page 9. There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Thank you, City Manager.
1.5, budget statement report for the month ended 30th April 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Page 10, 1.5. I've got a speaker here, Councillor R. McPherson and Councillor Nala. Councillor McPherson, you're the first.
I'm covered, Speaker, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Nala? Okay, thank you, councillors. Are the recommendations on page 10, 1.5 noted? City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, on page 11, item 1.6, it's a budget statement report for the month ended 31st May 2024. Committee recommends.
1.6, page 11, there are no speakers. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Thank you very much. That was the last report, City Manager, on the first ESCO report.
Yes.
Now, the mayor, His Worship, will now table the second report of the Executive Committee. Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Once again, I'm honored to table the second report of the Executive Committee to this August Assembly. May I beg for your indulgence, Speaker, that if you grant me the indulgence, that I withdraw with the concurrence of the meeting 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. Yes, and 2.6, Chair. So that we can observe the council resolution in July last year that reads, it would be, I think, the municipal council resolved to refer back the lease items to the executive committee for a full review of leases submitted and the associated lease policy. So the matter needs to go back to ESCO as per this resolution, and only then that it will come to the meeting. We are doing that only in compliance with the resolution of council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 1 is the filling of vacant audit and risk committee member post with built environment expertise. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Sompisi. Let me check the list of my speakers on page 13. Yes, on page 13, there are no speakers. There are no speakers. Are the recommendation you create, Councillors?
No.
Right. There is an objection. Let me have the screen ready.
No, you can just note that the DA is abstaining.
Okay.
Where's the note?
The assumption is that is only DA that is abstaining. Let's record like that so that no other councillors feel that has been excluded. It means the item would be carried through. Thank you very much. City Manager. Okay. Right, the City Manager is alerting me that because the mayor has requested that other item on the second report of the executive committee be withdrawn, it means with the second report we're done with all those items. It means now we will again invite the mayor to present the third report of the executive committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, so that the summary and the recording is proper. The request from His Worship is that this item be referred back to the executive committee so that the secretariat capture that summary correctly. His Worship.
Thank you very much. Now proceed.
Yes.
It's again my honor to present the third report of the executive committee. I so do. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And we now go to the third report from the meeting of the 26th of the 9th, 2024. First report is the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting which was held on the 12th and the 18th of the 9th, 2024. Item 1.1, billing report for the month of July and August 2024, committee recommends.
Sorry, Somlo.
Thank you, City Manager. As per the speakers list, we have Councillor Mwango, who's not here.
Sorry, Somlo.
We have Councillor Gatlebabkwal. We have Councillor Anipen from IFP with 4 minutes, donated by TA, Al-Chama, Mosa, and MF. We have a TA, Councillor McPherson, and then we have the Mayor, Councillor Klaba. Councillor Kwala.
Ngwehlisile umoya Somlo. Kodwa ngicathi ku-proper phela ukuthi usi-address ukuthi siya kwi-supplementary agenda, of which i-third report. Ungajahi kakhulu.
Okay. I note your concern, Kwala, but when I invite the mayor, I mention that the mayor is presenting the second report. The mayor is presenting the third report. I've been mentioning that. I didn't use the word supplementary, but I've referred to all the report. But I note your concern. Thank you for that. Councillor Anipen, you are the first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps one should begin by commending the Finance Committee for the innovative and bold move to address matters of revenue as an individual matter, resulting in the committee now sitting twice a month for deliberations. This affords councillors an ideal opportunity to interrogate in detail specific challenges which may compromise the financial stability and sustainability of the city. Since RMS was introduced in eThekwini some time ago in August 2016 or thereabout, it has been fraught with technical and material maladies that have disadvantaged the ratepayer. There exists a serious disconnect between the billing system, the valuation role, and the ongoing 6 kiloliter water saga is a case in point in this regard. Delays between processing invoices and dispatching them often results in poor revenue collection. It accumulates bad debt. It also leaves unidentifiable underground leaks, incorrect calculation of charges, and the repudiation of water loss insurance claims and unnecessary disputes. The IFP is not convinced that there is a credible reconciliation of the general or supplementary valuation roles, and councillors across the city have cited case studies which allude to the fact that in many cases customers only receive invoices for rates accounts several years, sometimes many months after properties have been transferred. Individual customers with leasehold accounts, formal renting, housing loan accounts are sitting with debt to the tune of hundreds of thousands of rands, each because there has not been sufficient education around the enhanced extended housing subsidy which is available to these customers. The IFB calls for the mayor as chairperson of the Finance Committee and the city manager as the accounting officer to look into this matter and formulate a mechanism that allows for customers to access the subsidy whilst also being able to ring-fence the balance of the debt to avoid mounting interest charges. This can be done while they continue to pay their capital debt in terms. Investigations suggest that customers are willing to pay, but due to the spurious bureaucratic stumbling blocks and red tape, they are prohibited. The IFP applauds the decision and the action of the committee and the city manager, as well as applauds the cooperation between the Departments of Electricity, Water and Revenue to transfer the water meter reading, as well as the electricity meter reading function to revenue. With these remarks, the IFP notes this report.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Speaker, I just want to make sure. My understanding is I'm down for 1.2. I'm not to speak on 1.1.
Okay. You are on 1.2, huh?
Yeah.
Right. But we are on page 18, item 1.4 now, eh? No. 1.1, I'm sorry. 1.1, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, okay. Yes, we are 1.1.
But I should be down
Then
to
Councillor
1.2.
Councillor Klaba, then yeah, I can see Councillor McFadden is correct. Your name is on 1.1. Your worship.
Thank you very much. The report notes that the municipality has 552,162 total number of properties with a rent value of 711 billion rand. And that the residential properties accounts for more than 60% of those properties. What satisfies us, Mr. Speaker, is the 99.99% billing, which is by any account is something that must really be commended by our team. Of course, we still have to do a bit more, but on the surface of it, the city must pride itself for maintaining a sound financial position, which is recommended by even the National Treasury. I maintain that the systems in the city are well oiled and the city is on the move. We are seeing the fact that everyone is seeing that we are on an upward trajectory. With that, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. City Manager, the next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 9, item 1.2, debt collection report for the months of July and August 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. The speakers is Councillor Anipen because Mngango is not here. With 4 minutes from GA, Al-Chama, Mosa, Eme, Freedom Minority Front. Then the second speaker is Councillor Ndlovu from AFF. The third speaker is Councillor Mike Fesson from DA. Then the mayor will be the last speaker. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP appreciates the ongoing dialogue around the issue of debt owned by deceased and insolvent estates. Again, it is after a long time that there is a clear and decisive action plan in the rollout of such an initiative. No doubt there will be teething problems, but these are expected and hopefully they will be immediately resolved. Further clarity is still needed around how customers with joint estates can benefit from the program, especially where the account, though the property is jointly owned, is in the name of a deceased spouse or like. Here again, the IFP calls for the city manager, CFO, and mayor to look into this matter with the aim of finding a reasonable solution. As the IFP caucus, we have some suggestions which we believe will have a positive impact on the process and hope to engage the parties previously mentioned to share the same. The IFP is calling also on the Revenue Department to ensure that customers who are council tenants and form part of this structure, either directly or through the social housing scheme, be allowed to participate in these initiatives. The IFP applauds this program and notes this report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Freedom Front EFF. Yes, it's EFF. Councillor Ndlovu, you are the next speaker.
It's EFF, not Freedom Front, Speaker. Thank you very much. I think the EFF notes the debt crisis that we are in as this municipality, and we are hoping that with the contract in place, in trying to fix the meter readage, will assist this municipality in terms of collecting its debt. The water master plan that is being proposed as well, that is on the pipeline, will also ensure that the collection and all water relative crisis matters are resolved on time. We are hoping that the proper debtors collection plan that is proposed by the city manager will also be able to assist this municipality in terms of making sure that the collection are done on time to fix the issues that we're having in place. We're also hoping that the willingness from the officials and the municipality in trying to make sure that we curb the crisis that we are facing as this municipality in terms of collecting not only from people that are owing water and electricity, but from the businesses that are surrounding eThekwini as well, and properties that are in eThekwini in terms of trying to ensure that we've got the maximum revenue collected. We also assisted. The EFF proposes that the municipality improves the communication with its debtors. We also strongly believe that if we can employ volunteers or young people to go do door to door in making sure that we communicate or we improve in communication with people that are owing services to this municipality in trying to collect these debtors, that will in turn create job opportunities and create, we know that there are people, debt collectors that will be appointed to ensure that debtors are collected. But we also strongly believe that if we employ volunteers to go door to door in trying to assist this municipality in terms of collecting the debtors, that will assist the EFF. We support all this initiative and we're hoping that we'll do a thorough follow-up on them to make sure that we are out of this crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kacheni. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, this is one of those reports that we don't take pleasure in going through. We're at 32 billion uncollected debt, and the household debt represents 70% of that. That in itself indicates a massive crisis. The debt rose by 25% year on year over the last 3 years, 75% increase in debt. Instead of driving revenue, we've driven debt. If one has a look at the report, it indicates that 2024, 7.8 billion the debt rose in one financial year, highest ever. That was on the back of the economic recovery of COVID. You have a look directly underneath that, the highlights. Now, the Honourable Mayor made a very important point, and his remarks were that the citizens and business of eThekwini can look forward to a positive and upward trajectory in service delivery and the economy. Those were his words. So what we'd like to see in the coming months is the declining state of the economy and rise in unemployment to be replaced by exactly what was just suggested a short while ago. But some of the worrying indicators are why the household debt is what it's at, is because we're killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The increasing of tariffs and property values is unsustainable. There's so few. The dissatisfaction of service delivery is to be applauded that it's here. The political unrest and looting that took place has still left massive scars and still needs to be worked at. The internal billing issues, self-inflicted, and the poor indigent support management process. If you have a look, you don't actually have to look far. Water and waste under EWS account for 50% of the debt. 50%, one unit. As the Democratic Alliance, we've been speaking about driving revenue for years. And where does it lie? Regular monthly water meter reading and electricity. 3 years ago, here in this chamber, it was agreed that that was going to happen. No accountability, and here we are, still tens of thousands of water meter meters and electricity meters not being read at all, let alone every 3 months. Where's the accountability? Accountability. That is what we expect to see. As a collective, if we're going to be part of a collective, then there has to be accountability. As a collective, we can communicate the offers, we can communicate the debt relief, but we certainly can't take accountability. The Democratic Alliance cannot be held accountable for this debt. We'll be part of the debt collection and repairing and fixing and all the other good things that go with it. But while we sit in this unbelievably poor situation, which is going to affect our ability on capital developments and reducing the burden on ratepayers, we can't be part of that. So our challenge as the Democratic Alliance is under the current leadership is to reduce this debt and urgently. The ratepayers cannot be expected, through you, Speaker, to fund this debt and to fund the write-off, the billions which will be coming next to be written off. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. Your Worship, Councillor Klaba.
Thank you very much. I note the comments made by Councillor McPherson. He has a luxury of leaving the house when it catches fire, when we all have to work hard to douse out the fire. You don't have to leave the house simply because it caught fire. You must be part of the solution. And what is noticeable, Chair, is that the debtors balance in the last 5 years increased from 13.5 billion rand to 31.9 billion rand, an increase of about 18.4 billion rand in 5 years. But what is notable, Councillor McPherson, is that in 23-24 financial year alone, and,
Your Worship,
yes,
you must address the Speaker, not Councillor McPherson.
yes, yes, Councillor McPherson, I'm addressing the Speaker. Yes, you need to come ascend the stage. Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, for alerting me to that. That 23-24 financial year alone accounts for 7.8 billion rand of the 18.4 billion rand increase. And one of the major reasons for this spike is the issue of water back billing, the reversing of 6 kiloliters of water. And it's a problem particularly in the trading services. And that has led to one of the major challenges that our finance section will have to face. And that high billing charges results in disputes, queries, and basically delay payments for services. That's the problem. So the decision that any future debt relief program must incorporate a dispute resolution mechanism should really be welcomed by all of us, because a paying customer is a happy customer. I would want to leave it at that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is item 1.5. On page 23.
1.3, page 16.
Oh, sorry. Yanethe mnyango. Sabe kokhola. Item 1.3.
So busy. Imina engilungele ukuxhumana nezangoma zezulu.
Ngiyaxolisa.
Mina ngizosho ukuthi kuphephile eminyango.
Item 1.3, report on revenue policy framework. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. No speakers. Are the recommendation
No,
noted?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes. Noted
IFP has a speaker.
on page 16. No, there's no speakers on the penny. There's no speakers in my list. Are the recommendation noted?
So, sorry, Somlom.
Thank you.
Sorry.
City Manager, next item.
Somlo.
Let me take that hand first.
Ngiyacela ngale nkulu inhlonipho double check ngoba we've made sure ukuthi ama
Ne-submit, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, lokho ngiyakuzwa but uthi ngebhadi angikwazi ukuchecka manje sengila. Yabo kodwa ngiyalithatha iphuzu kungenzeka ukuthi ethimbeni lami khona okwenzekile wrong. I accept that. But basengila kulukhunyana ukusorta lawo ma issues ngoba I administration in my office. Yeah, thank you. City Manager, next item.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Bell.
I think the administration team has confirmed that I was on that list.
Yes, no. Councillor Anipen, what I'm saying, I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying that in my list that has been provided by my team, your name is not there. And I accept that there might have been an omission from my team. But unfortunately, I can't sort that now here, sitting here, is a weakness from the team that support the speaker. I will address that, but unfortunately not while sitting here. Thank you for that. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 18, item 1.4, closing report on the implementation of debt payment relief for the period April to July 2024. Committee recommends.
Right. Page 18.
Mr. Speaker,
Yabo the confusion there, City Manager, indlela ekubhalwe ngayo izinto la. So page 18,
Yes.
1.4. Now you see, kuphambene ama numbers that the argument that Anipen is raising, then your names on the item have been mixed with item 4. The after 1.4, that where your name is. Now, in 1.3, I can confirm that your name Anipen is here with 4 minutes donated. Then there is Councillor Mzimela, but the problem, when my team was writing this item, they mixed it. Yeah, I apologize, because I can see now, when I go through with all my item. But because already we have dealt with item 1.3, page 16, Anipen, and Councillor Kwala will like to apologize to you for that mistake, as my team have mixed up the items. Now, page 18, item 4.
Speaker.
Councillor Kumete.
Can you please assist me?
Right.
Because that means you're also making it difficult for me to work with you
Right.
and your team. I'm the one who submitted that list. And now you are saying my councillor cannot debate due to the mistake that was done by your team.
Okay.
Don't
Order.
start with me.
Order.
I'm not in the
No,
vote.
Councillor, no.
Don't start.
Order. Let's do this. Let's
So
do this.
Councillor
Order,
Anipen must be given.
order.
Yes?
Order. Councillors. Order. Councillors. When a councillor has been given an opportunity by the speaker, no other councillor should disrupt that councillor. Please, don't disrupt the councillor who's on the floor. Please proceed to conclude, councillor.
So I request from you, Speaker, to give Councillor Anipen a chance because we did our work and it was submitted. The fact that it's been already passed and everything, it's not our fault. Give Councillor Anipen the right to debate on the item. Thank you.
Right, Councillor, I think you will understand and accept that human beings do make mistakes. Sometimes intentionally or sometimes unintentionally. The omission in my list or the mix-up in my list has been made by my team, not with an intention to deprive Councillor Anipen or the IFP to debate. Hence, earlier I took responsibility and accepted that error. And I have apologized that we have moved and concluded the item without the IFP expressing their views or opinion. Again, I apologize and I take the blame for the mix-up in the agenda, because the name does appear, but appears wrongly, which confuse the speaker on the order of the proceeding. I'm not being defensive. It's a mistake from my team, but the item has been debated and concluded. For me to reopen the debate because of my mistake and my team, that will be unprocedural. Hence, I'm pleading to you to accept my apology and proceed with other item. I hope, Chief Whip, that is understandable. City Manager?
I don't understand.
Sorry, Samlo.
I don't.
Sorry, Samlo.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
You must also face the consequences. We have been listening to your powers.
I understand. Let's move.
You
Let's
must
move.
listen
City
to
Manager.
our powers as well.
Councillors, I think I'm done with the matter. I've clarified
You're
it.
not done.
Councillor Mazala.
You're not done.
Thank you very
You're
much,
not
Honorable
done.
Speaker.
Order, order. Councillor Mazala.
Speaker, we have been, all of us in this meeting are subject to the rules of order. One of those rules says the Speaker's ruling is final.
That is
Now,
arrogant.
now the Speaker has ruled that
That is arrogant by the ANC.
Order, order.
So sifunani la madlala?
Order, order, order.
Nifunani ngempela?
Order, order. Mazala is on the floor. Mazala, proceed. Order, order.
Akavali mic.
Order.
Yeah, no. So, Honorable Speaker, we must then proceed on the basis of the rules that guide all of us here. That says your rulings are final, and if someone wants to take an issue with your ruling, they know the level that they must then appeal to appeal your ruling. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But that is true. But on top of that, the Speaker has apologized and accepted the mistake. Now let's proceed. Councillor.
Sorry, Samlo.
Anipen, we are number 2.
Saceli caucus for 5 minutes as the IFP.
Granted. Granted, but we call us 25 minutes.
Sashilo njani. Sankhuza. Waphuma siyangena. Sankhuza. Sireti anytime.
Siyasebenza streets.
Kodwa kwala bekufanele ali approve leadership.
Uthule manje. Njengoba bekade belo nawe nje. Kahle kahle ngiyakusave wena ngikweleta. Iziphi zakho? Babe ngisunga ngapi speaker? Kodwa impi yakhe abhula yimina. Usithi manje. Asathe ihlalo zethu siqhubekeni nomhlangano. Ngizonireportela ukuthi izangoma zezulu sithini ngewede eminyango. Ngizonireportela siqhubekeni kodwa. Okunye angizi ukureporta ngizobona ipace engihamba ngayo. Ukuthi konke sengiyitsheliwe. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's settle down. The IFP is back from the caucus. Let me hand over to the chief whip to report back to council. Over to you, IFP.
Siyabonga somlomo. Ngalenkulu inhlonipho siphatheka kabi njenga-IFP uma uhlelo lwe-GNU ungalihloniphi somlomo. Siyayazi inzondo mhlawumbe ongaba nayo ngeqembu le-IFP. Kodwa siyacela ukuthi uyihloniphe iposition yakho as much as nathi as IFP siyihloniphe iposition yakho. That was all.
Point of order. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli.
Yeah, I'm calling point of order ngoba njengana speaker ngicall kon decision obuyenza on the basis of ungayithandi inkatha yenkululeko yesizwe. Ngicabanga ukuthi lawo mazwi ufanele ugwalawo withdraw ngoba I insult ku speaker in a meeting.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Ntuli. That the point of order is sustained, but I will appeal that because the statement, order, because the statement is directed to the Speaker of Council, not to any council. The Speaker will accept the criticism and the Speaker will improve where there are gaps and weaknesses. But we accept the statement from the IFP, but our approach stand, whether it's accepted or not, but we have humbled ourselves and accept our mistake. Thank you very much. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 18, item 1.4, closing report on the implementation of debt payment relief for the period April to July 2024. Committee recommends.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me deal with the items in front of me. This is a proposed amendment, but it's on page 1.4.2. Yeah, again, umncango kade ngimbize ngekho. Kule item, the reason I've started ngo-unpaid is because bengekho kade ngi-announce. Councillor Bekte, bafuna ukwenza i-amendment, eh?
Yes, amendment.
Yeah, let me,
Speaker.
let me.
No, benkhona speaker.
No.
Hayi benkhona.
Kahle kahle chaza uNqoko. Asingayibanga leyo ngoba uzofaka amanzi endlini. Let me check this proposed amendment. I will start with Councillor Bekte to listen to his amendment, then I will move to Councillor Mwango.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. My amendment is here. It's on item 1.4, page 18 to 23, and it says in the first instance that the date in paragraph 1.4.2 on page 23 be changed from the 30th of November 2024 to the 28th of February 2025. And in the second instance, that a new paragraph 1.4.4 be added that reads as follows, that subject to the terms and conditions of 1.4.3, an immediate program be instituted to resolve disputes and to determine amounts to be subjected to the above program timely. So in the first instance, the change of the date from the 30th of November 2024 to 28th February 2025, and in the second instance, a second paragraph to say that there must be a dispute resolution to determine amounts timely so that people can meet the deadline. I submit this, and it's by myself and seconded by Councillor Mtetwa.
May I have the copy, please?
It's on its way, Chair.
Yeah, let me do this because it looked like the amendment Councillor Bekte is proposing. It looked like Councillor Mwango want to talk on the very same item, if I'm not mistaken. Councillor Mwango, can you please present your amendment so that I can deal with two of them, if there are differences. But if the same amendment, I will handle it in a particular way. Councillor Mwango?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. But I think the amendment moved by Councillor Bekte covers mine.
Yes.
In a way. So I will then maybe say let's move to his amendment, because if it passes, mine can fall apart because it's covered by his amendment.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Mwango.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Adrian?
Yeah. The IFP also wanted to propose an amendment. It differs from, not so much differs from, but it adds to the amendment that is being tabled by the DA.
Okay, you also want to present an amendment on page 18 to 23 on item 1.4.2?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the IFP is proposing an amendment in terms of item 1.4 on page 19 of the supplementary agenda. The actual amendment will be on point 8 on page 19 of the same agenda and will read as follows. Water loss insurance claims, water loss insurance, that all customers who had submitted claims for water leaks but were paid only in part or had their claims repudiated of the amount claimed, the difference, which is the capital debt between the amount claimed, average monthly consumption, and the amount paid or repudiated be also written off. In addition to that, we want to add 8.1, because these are dealing with the terms and conditions, that council tenants of formal housing, formal rental housing, leasehold accounts in areas for 90 days or more be allowed to participate in the program. And 8.2, social housing scheme customers, that customers residing in social housing schemes who have accounts billed to their individual names and are in arrears with the municipal accounts be allowed to sign an agreement in terms of point 1 above. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chief Whip?
Sizocela ucela ikhokhazi as ANC. Siyabonga.
Okay, okay. Before I grant the ANC their time for caucus. The two proposals are different. It means council have to consider them differently. When the ANC is back, we're going to start to agree whether we support or not the proposal by Councillor Bekte. Then after that, we'll move to the second proposal. Thank you. How many minutes you are requesting? 5 minutes granted. Thank you.
Somlomo, 5 minutes is over. Let's proceed. We were in a hurry. You were too rushing. Let us rush.
Thank you. Let's check our seats. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, thank you very much. Councillors, please sit down. Please take your seats.
ANC, are you ready with the report of your caucus? Take your seat, councillors. Second down, we are continuing with our meeting. All right, thank you very much. ANC, please give the report of the outcome of your caucus to council.
Speaker, we are ready to proceed with the meeting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Nonkos. We were dealing with two proposed amendments. Councillor Bette tried to motivate and expand on his proposed amendment. I hope that you all understood him well. But I will read the proposed amendment. It's on page 18 on the supplementary agenda, item 1.4. It reads as follows. Order, EFF. Order. Thank you. Thank you. The date in paragraph 1.4.2 on page 23 be changed to 28 February 2025. A new paragraph be added, which would be 1.4.4. That subject to the terms and conditions of 1.4.3, an immediate program be instituted to resolve disputes and determine the amount to be subjected to the above program timely. That was the proposed amendment from Councillor Bette. Councillors, is the proposed amendment supported? Councillor Madlala?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's not an order. It's something in between. We wanted to persuade the proposer of the amendment and check if he'll be amenable to the date of the end of December instead of the end of February. We have consulted this with the relevant officials, and they feel that if we move it to February, we are going to miss out on the November and December bonuses, because we all know that during that time people will get paid and they'll have bonuses, and those who owe the city can actually, if there's impetus, to come and pay. Now, if you push it to February, we are then going to miss out on all of that, and even miss out on the January stockpiles, and will end up with a bank balance that is not going to be conducive for the delivery of services. So we wanted to persuade them that we move the date to the end of December so that we capitalize on that, because as much as we want to extend the hand of help to our residents, we also don't want to frustrate and constrain the ability of the city to collect from those who are able to pay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Perte.
Thank you very much, Chair. If with your indulgence, if I may just get one or two lines to explain. I understand where Councillor Madlala comes from with December, but there has previously also been indications that there are challenges with December, being that a lot of the staff go on leave, and we also got quite a lot of public holidays during that time. And as much as I agree with the bonuses, because that was what we tabled at EXCO as well, we are asking that it be extended slightly into the new year for the following reason. With it being that there's a dispute process that we're asking for in terms of 1.4.4, staff will maybe need a little bit more time to address those. And then we're not going to meet the deadline of December because some of these will need to have more investigation. And if we condense it into that, and also the timeline to get that communication out to the people. So the first is the setup of this, and the second, for people to action those and get their documents together, could impose a bit of a problem as we head into December. Hence, we're asking for that little bit of an extension into the new year to extend people the opportunity to resolve that so that we don't have to continuously revisit this program, which is a good one, and we all support it. But every time it's almost like we're pushing the people and not giving enough time. Those who can will obviously immediately come, but it's to facilitate those who are sitting with a problem where they have to involve the council and or get some of the documents resolved or some of the disputes addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not taking any more hands now. I want us to conclude on this item because I think I've given council sufficient chance to engage on this critical matter. Is the amendment councillors
Speaker.
supported?
Speaker,
Yes.
Speaker, the mayor,
Yes.
there's a piece that Councillor Madlala wanted to add. I think it will bring us closer to finding each other. I'm sorry that you
I've
moving ahead, Speaker.
Your Worship, I have allowed Councillor Madlala to speak, right? Then he concluded his point to persuade the Democratic Alliance to consider their proposal, but it looked like they are refusing to do that. But the danger that I'm going to face, if I open a debate that is endless on this item, will cause problem for me because I've got another amendment that I must deal with before I continue with the agenda. I understand that this matter is very critical and very important to all of you and our citizens. But what I will advise is that if there's anything, councillors, you want to say on this matter, you can propose anything following the rules on how to deal with issues of this nature. Councillor Madlala?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, owing to the failure to persuade the Democratic Alliance, one is that one point that I forgot to mention was the point in common cause, where we're in common cause with the Democratic Alliance on the issue of the dispute resolution mechanism to be included in the process. We are in common cause there, that's why I did not labor on it, but we wanted to deposit it as well. Now that we failed to persuade one another, we now want to, as the ANC, propose an amendment to the effect that we move the date to the end of December, and secondly, we include the section that deals with the incorporation of the dispute resolution to the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I will wait for the proposed amendment to be in a form. Councillor,
Speaker.
yes.
No, just
let me finish my point.
Okay.
I will wait for that proposal. It means now we're going to have 3 proposed amendments, but I want us to conclude the proposed amendment by Councillor Bekte. Councillor Nyambose?
No, I wanted to check, Mr. Speaker, because we are now dealing with the proposed amendment by the DA.
Yeah.
Now, if Madlala is proposing an amendment, is he amending the DA's amendment, or is coming with a new amendment?
I'm waiting for him to submit. I will see when he submits, because he must refer to a particular paragraph and explain the amendment. I will wait for that.
That's fine, but I'm proposing that we proceed with discussing the DA's amendment. He
No,
can
that's
come
what,
with his own amendment.
that's what I'm
later.
doing. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Nyambose. Councillors, are the proposed amendment agreed? Okay, that's fine. Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. No movement. Secretariat, take your positions. so that you assist with the process to be quicker. My team, are you ready? In a crash system. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Thank you. Let's first start with those who are in support of the proposed amendment by Councillor Pekte. Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are voting against. Yeah, siyabonga ngathi izandla. Those who abstain.
GNU.
Yes, Dice Asbala.
Speaker, APC, Palo 1, number 2. Speaker. Speaker.
Thank you. Right, thank you. Sorry for the delays. Order. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment.
Speaker.
The number is 60. Those who are against the amendment, the number is 87. Those who abstain, the number is 87. It means the proposed amendment has been rejected. We'll now go to the second proposed amendment from Councillor Anipen before we deal with the
Speaker?
last amendment from Councillor Madala.
Speaker?
Councillor Mngqangwa?
Speaker, remember initially I said if Councillor Becker's motion fails, I will move mine but if it pass, it will be mute. Is what I said.
Okay,
That's what I
order.
said. No, Speaker asked me, I said, if it fails,
Order.
I will move mine.
Order,
But if it pass, it will be mute.
order, order.
Asikwazi lokho.
Councillor Ntuli, order.
Speaker, kulo mhlanganisi kuwona sitshela ukuthi i-amendment ye-DA covers ukhansela umncwango. So into esicela manje ukuthi angayenzi ikhansela ebuyele emuva. Angifuni ukubiza point of order, ngifuna umkhulumisa kahle.
Speaker.
Order.
Sompisi.
Order. Order. Councillors, if you remember very well the summary and the decision of the matter that was raised by Councillor Mncwango, it was my summary to say that the proposed amendment by Councillor Mncwango is similar to what is proposed by Councillor Bekte. And Councillor Mncwango supported that and agreed with me that his proposal is also covered by the same proposal. There was never an arrangement that if this amendment fails.
No, Speaker.
Order. There was no arrangement that if this amendment failed, that another amendment will be submitted. Therefore, that understanding, Councillor Mncwango, I'm taking time to explain it to you and council so that you all understand what was my decision and my summary on the matter. Maybe there was a misunderstanding when the matter was summarized or discussed, but unfortunately, that was the ruling and the decision on the matter.
Speaker.
Councillor Anpen.
Speaker.
Order. Now we're now
Speaker.
done. We're done now with Councillor Bekte's amendment. Anpen, can you please motivate and summarize your motivation?
Thank you.
Order,
Thank you,
order.
Chairperson.
English, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the background to
Order,
formulation...
Councillor Pega. Councillor Anpen.
The background to formulating the debt relief program directly speaks to the economic hardships perpetuated by the floods of 2018, 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the civil unrest of 2021. Along with these economic hardships, many other difficulties of an administrative nature arose. For the purpose of this item, we wish to express a view only on the water insurance process. Customers had experienced underground leaks that could not be submitted for water loss insurance because of the hard lockdown. One condition for the water loss insurance is that it has to be submitted within 60 days of the leak being identified. Now, during the hard lockdown, customers would have not had that chance because the Caesar centers were closed, plumbers were few and far between, and many of them did not meet that requirement. Resultant of that, Mr. Speaker, many of these claims were repudiated. The current recommendation speaks to paying off or writing off the difference based on what was paid by the insurance company. It is somewhat unfair to those customers who were willing to make an application, but their application was repudiated. So what the IFP is proposing is, for the purpose of accountability and responsibility, only those customers who have proved that they have made an application for the water loss insurance claim, even if their claims were repudiated, the difference between the capital debt and what was claimed for be written off. That is what the IFP is proposing. This will also ensure that we get our revenue from these customers, because many customers want to sign agreements but are unable to do so because the charges that have accumulated as a result of the water loss are beyond their means to service even with a payment plan. So this will allow us to get these issues in play. Furthermore, where council tenants are concerned, if we can include council tenants, it will also ensure that those tenants who are tenants of the council will be able to participate in the program and be assisted as well, again,
Order.
generating income for the city.
Order.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's not an order, but it's just a clarity. Ngoba ngenzela ukuthi singagcini sihamba kakhulu kanti sobuya. Lapho phambi kwakho khona ama-amendment akhona.
Yeah.
Is this part of an amendment from the IFP? No matter debate this one.
Yeah. We, in terms of our rules, an amendment is presented or motivated by the author before council vote on the matter. Now, Councillor Ennepen was doing a motivation on the proposed amendment. Let's proceed now. Councillors, the amendment has been summarized, motivated by the author. Is the proposed amendment agreed? Councillor Madala.
Yeah, no, I think we got lost in the motivation. So we don't know, no, we had the motivation, but we don't know exactly what is being amended, which section of the report is being amended, what is being included, or what has been taken out. If you can be guided in terms of that.
It means, Councillor Annepen, you failed to convince council because they didn't understand your point. Right. If Shisanda Annepen, if we allow you a chance to address council on a proposed amendment, don't fall to a trap of debating, because that's what caused confusion. Because I allowed you to motivate, but you intended to debate the item. Instead of referring us in point form, which amendment are you referring to, then you read those amendments. Unfortunately, you missed that opportunity, but I gave
Point of
you,
order, Mr. Speaker.
I gave you that opportunity.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Order, no.
No, you're misleading the House.
No,
I did
no,
quote when
Annepen.
you initially gave me the
Annepen.
opportunity. I quoted the page, the
Annepen.
number, and the item.
No,
Now
Annepen.
this was my motivation. So don't
Order.
mislead the House, Speaker.
Order. Councillors, is the proposed amendment supported? Can I get an indication? Is the proposed amendment supported?
It is, Speaker.
Yes.
It is not clear.
Now, councillors, listen. Now, the question to say itching is a difficult question to me, because the author of the proposed amendment has been given an opportunity by me to address you. Now, if you did not pick up or understand his motivation, should not make council not to take a decision. Because now, instead of you saying no or yes, you're asking a question, itching. But if you are saying itching, you mean Councillor Annepen should be given a second chance to present again. Because that question can't be answered by me.
He's got
Speaker.
Now, let's do this. Councillor Annepen, can you be brief and summarize your motivation for council members?
Sorry, Somlom.
No. Annepen.
No, Somlom, we are misleading.
Order. Annepen.
No,
It
please.
is writing to
Clarity,
that
Mr. Speaker.
amendment there.
Annepen, can you
have to
please
read it.
address council?
Clarity, Mr. Speaker. Do you want me to
what does
motivate,
agenda
or do you
Order,
want me to
order.
present? Do you want me to motivate, or do you want me to present the amendment?
Can you please do both?
No,
Order.
Speaker, no,
Somlom.
we are being abused now.
Somlom.
Sorry, on a point of order.
You are out of order, Somlom.
No.
We are being abused now.
Annepen, you're on the floor.
Thank you,
Order,
Mr.
Somlom.
Speaker. So the amendment we propose to make is actually the amendment on point 8 of page 19, and will read as follows. The water loss insurance that all customers who had submitted claims for water leaks but were paid only in part or had their claims repudiated, that is the inserted part, of the claim, the difference between the amount claimed, average monthly consumption, and the amount paid or repudiated by the insurance be written off. So it's to remove the words only in part and insert the words only in part or had their claims repudiated.
Thank you very much for that short summary and motivation, Councillor Annepen. Councillors, is now clear. Is the proposed amendment agreed? Is the proposed amendment agreed?
No.
Agreed. Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Right. Before I take the vote, clarity. Those Those who are in support of the amendment, please raise your hands. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment as presented by Councillor Anipen, please raise your hands. All right. Thank you, Ngatis Zandla. Thank you very much. Those who are voting against the proposed amendment, please raise your hands. I'm done. Thank you very much, Ngatis Zandla. Those who abstain, is that right? Okay, thank you. You can lower your hands, please. PFP, are you, where's PFP? Sebambeli, or PFP, can you tell us your votes? Are you in support, against, or abstain? Can you respond on this on the microphone, on the speaker?
I voted speaker against.
Voting against, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the amendment, the number is 19. Those who are against, the number is 139. Those who abstain, the number is 28. Therefore, the proposed amendment has not been supported. Thank you. Let's deal now with the last. Let's deal with the last amendment from Councillor Madlala. Madlala, can you please motivate your proposed amendment?
Speaker.
The IFP
No.
calling for division,
Madlala?
please.
Madlala?
Mr. Speaker, the IFP calls for a division on that vote.
The IFP called for a division. Okay.
We could have explained, Speaker.
Okay, before we take the motivation from Councillor Madlala, let's record Secretariat that the IFP called for division on the matter. That must be recorded and reflect on the minutes. Councillor Madlala?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I've done my motivation as I was trying to persuade the Democratic Alliance. The only thing that needs to be said now is that on recommendation 1.4.2 should read as follows. That Council approves extension of the debt relief program for the final time up to and including the 31st of December 2024. Full stop. Then we also propose that we then include item recommendation 1.4.4, which then proposes that a dispute resolution be included, to be part of the process. I might not be articulating it verbatim, but the amendment form there is elaborate and clear. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, the proposed amendment has been motivated. Is the proposed amendment by Councillor Maldala supported? Agreed. There's no objection, eh? Thank you very much. The proposed amendment has been supported. Thank you very much, should be carried through. We were on page 18, right? We are going to break for lunch. We are going to break.
The composite, the item. Speaker.
No, that's fine. I'm still with there. We are going to conclude. We are going to go back to substantive item. But after that, we'll break for lunch. I wanted to prepare your mind so that you know that after this item, we are breaking, right? Let me go back to my speakers on this substantive item. Councillor Mwango, you were number 1 in my list with 3 minutes donated to you. Councillor Anipen, you were number 2 with 4 minutes donated. Councillor Bechter, number 3. Councillor Nala, we are number 4. In that order. Councillor Mwango.
Somlomo mina bengifuna ukuvusa emotion amendment iyafana le ANC, so ayikho into engayisho, it's covered.
It's covered. Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, the House will recall that last month the IFP sponsored a motion calling for the program, the debt relief program, to be reinstated and extended. This item here today and the recommendations being carried is indeed a victory for the IFP as a forward-thinking party. As the IFP, we have seen firsthand how these programs benefit the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized. It offers to them an escape from the otherwise strenuous, burdensome, and financial embarrassment of lifestyle. It promotes the hope of a better tomorrow and a chance to leave something substantive for next generations. The IFP recognizes that such programs are not sustainable in perpetuity and could trigger an incorrect perception that citizens can default on financial responsibilities without any punitive action. That being said, Mr. Speaker, in contemplating the hardships faced by the people of this city, especially in recent years, the extension of this program could not be avoided. The IFP is glad that our recommendation and our motion has been realized so that many customers can benefit. We encourage residents throughout the city to take full advantage of this final opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bechter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And say thank you very much for everybody at the end of the day to agreeing to the amendment, although then altered by Councillor Matlala, which was completely in line with what was proposed originally at EXCO. And just for the record, at that stage, certain political parties who abstained from that also abstained from it in EXCO, which is very interesting when one comes and you say that you've got the interest of the poorest of the poor at heart, but when it comes time to the vote, you then don't cast your vote the one way or the other. But be that as it may, we ask and we plead that the city do not hesitate by getting this information out to the people as quickly as possible. And that seems to be where we fail every time. And I say that with respect because by the time it then filters through to the people, it does not give them a sufficient time to get their ducks in a row. And now that we've extended it, and I take note that Councillor Madlala said for the final time, we ask that this goes out quickly enough. Tomorrow is the first day of October. The clock is ticking. As previously said, December will probably be curtailed with opportunity because the city already indicated that a lot of staff are off, they're on leave, and we also take note of the public holidays. We appeal to the city manager to make sure that there are sufficient staff there to assist these people, to the point of even a special desk within Sizakala centers to facilitate, and that they also gear the administration to assist where there are queries, so that those queries don't go into file 13, and that people then at the end of the day miss the deadline, so that they can actually get their accounts up to date. In the previous round, we attended an amount of 1.1 billion, which is about 5% of the outstanding. We got 112 million in revenue, and if you recall, on the 31st of July, people were standing queue until late hours to be facilitated. So to the administration, we ask that you please facilitate and make it easy for people to get assistance. Where there are disputes, address it and come back to people, so that at the end of the day, we are able to determine what we must write off and what we can actually recover, even if it's in terms of a term payment. We thank you, everybody here, once again in closing, that you heeded the request of the DA to extend it into another month, the month of December. We did go back, we pushed it a little bit for February, but it lines up with what our original request, another 3-month period. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nala.
Dank u, meneer Speaker, voor die gelegenheid om oor die item te praten. We, as the ANC, just want to thank and note the report on the implementation of debt payment relief. This program was designed to assist individuals and communities struggling with debts by restructuring their payments. This helped the municipality to receive and collect more than 100 million worth of monies that were owed. We thank Council for approving the extension of the debt relief program so that we continue collecting from those that are still struggling to pay. And we encourage the members of the public to take advantage of this opportunity. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nala. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are on page 23, item 1.5.
No. Oh, okay.
I thought we're breaking for lunch.
No. Let me correct that. We are breaking at 2. At 2, right? City Manager?
Budget statement report for the month ended 31st August 2024. Committee recommends.
Right. The councillors, on a serious note, the team from the kitchen, they've said to me, we have to break for lunch. Then when they send a message, they didn't mention time. But after my announcements, they're saying, no, Speaker, we are ready at 2. Yeah. Hence, I'm saying 2 o'clock we are breaking. City Manager, on page 20.
No, Speaker.
Page 23, item 1.5.
Councillor Mwango, you are the first speaker here with minutes donated to you, 3 minutes. Councillor Anipen, you are number 2. The mayor number 3. No, go to Nzodla, hlisa umoya. Siphushele umsebenzi qala.
Sengilambele.
Hayi Nzodla ngo 2. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ours just simplification essay. We, as we said earlier, sometimes we criticize the municipality, but at times ignore when there's progress. As Action SA, we want to commend that at least we can have a report with 0 irregular expenditure. And I think that should be commended and also maintained. So our appeal, Nonkosi, is that through your leadership, you ensure that we maintain this trend for future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not on the list to speak on this item. This is page 23, item 1.5.
Okay. Your Worship.
Speaker, we welcome the news of over financial performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Noted. City Manager.
Page 25, item 1.6, reprioritization of the SCM Unit 2024-2025 capital budget to accommodate critical projects in SCM stores. Committee recommends.
Right, two speakers, not agreed. Two speakers, Abapalanga, is Councillor D. Motseki, yes, it's Motseki, and Councillor Mkize. Councillor Motseki, EFF.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Siyamukela le report, siyayisupporta futhi. Kodwa isifisa ngathi ngenzeka ngoba khona la understand khona mayelana nemali eyithini yezinto lezi ezidingakalayo. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi sicacise ukuthi abasebenzi kubalekile ukuthi basebenze endaweni eright. Lokho ke sikuphikiseke. Kodwa siyopropose ukuthi mhlambe kwenzeke senze oversight, sicheck lezi zinto la singa understand khona ukuthi ziyenzeke. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkize.
Asibonge kakhulu Somlomo njengokhongolose siyayimukela isicelo sokuba si reprioritize le budget yakwa SCM ukhansela wayekhona futhi kwi inspection esayenza empeleni lolu daba lufika okwesibili la kwi full council ukuthi la soke la shawa end of financial year ngoba lafika ngaphambi ka uJune kuphele i-financial year. Therefore, we are not going to waste taxpayers' money senza ama inspection entweni esesiyibonile ukuthi iyayiwarranta imali reprioritized. Ngakho njengokhongolose siyayeseka ukuphasisa kwale mali.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendations on 1.6, councillors agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Page 27, item 1.7, public tender awards of eThekwini Municipality for the month ended 31st August 2024. Committee recommends.
1.7, there are speakers, Councillor Penn, and the Mayor, Your Worship, Councillor Klava. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate reality is that the issues I'm going to speak on should have been spoken about at the impact meeting, but there was no attendance by a representative from SCM, so the issue was deferred at the impact meeting. But there are a lot of very funny things in the tender awards report for the month of August, so I'm going to mention them, and I hope that the city manager is going to take note of the issues, because I suspect that this will probably not come back to the impact meeting. For example, I suppose there's not much point in referring to page numbers, but there are a lot of items of very long history, and I'm looking for the one. The first item to mention is that there were 3 contracts issued to contractors in regards to EPWP contracts, and I thought EPWP money was to be applied helping with poverty relief programs for individual people, not giving contracts. So that's one thing I would have asked at the impact meeting. The next issue relates to a number of items which have tender award dates of October 2022. I'm looking for the dates of the first one, but it started in the description of the item: maintenance and repairs to roads and stormwater infrastructure as and when required in the ABM areas allocated within West Central region of eThekwini municipality. And there are a number of items. And the date of awards are 26th of October 2022, 21st of July 2022, again 31st of October, September 2022. Then there's another lot of items: new building framework addendum report, that's all the description, and the dates go back to October 2022. How do these items only come to the impact in the budget awards for August 2024? Then there are a number of items which are designated new building framework addendum report. Sorry, those are the items which I've just mentioned. I'm trying to flip through my notes in the interest of saving time. But then there are a number of items: expression of interest for formation of a panel of professionals, provision of professional team to obtain tranche, detailed planning for SPLUMA approval for integrated sustainable human settlements project, addendum report. Again, it's for the formation of a panel, and they're all date of award 13 October 2022, April 2022, and so on. So I do hope we'll have the opportunity at Impact to interrogate officials as to how these issues only come to light in August 2024. I think that's enough I need to say here at Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penn, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wish to note that there does not appear that in the awarding of these tenders to the amount of 393 million, there was any breach of the supply chain policies or the Municipal Finance Management Act provision. And we also take solace from the fact that the city manager stands ready to investigate any allegation of any irregularity or impropriety should that come to his knowledge. We note the report as tabled. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillors, the recommendation noted. City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 28, item 1.8, investment report of the month ended 31st August 2024. Committee recommends.
You're on page 28, eh?
Yes.
Item 2.1.
1.8.
Thank you very much. I was trying to correct something in my speakers list. On page 28, item 1.8, there are no speakers. All right. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Still on page 28, item 2 is the report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 19th of the 9th, 2024. Item 2.1, request for authority to approve implementation of the 2024-2025 Masakane Outreach Program. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Two speakers. Councillor Zuma, Action SA, Councillor Sokabase, ANC. Sholos, you're number one.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we welcome the implementation of the Masakane Outreach Program, which is a critical step in ensuring that residents of eThekwini are better informed about the municipal policies and legislative requirements. As public participation is at the heart of a functioning democracy, but it must go beyond a mere box ticking. I'm sure you will agree, Speaker, Uguti, transparency is essential in how this program will be rolled out. The municipality must clearly outline how the public will be invited and ensure that all members of the community are properly included. We as Action SA are concerned that such initiatives may be exploited by the ANC for mobilizing their members and structures rather than it genuinely serving the public. This program must truly serve the people, not political agendas. Additionally, it is important that there be an establishment of methods for evaluating the effectiveness of this outreach. Only then can we measure its effectiveness for residents.
Thank you, Councillor Sokabase.
Usheshe wakhuluma sengiqeda.
Order, order. Awenziwa kanjalo ke lamsholozi. Umukhuluma nje imsholozi kunekhansela elikuphazamisayo oliphendule. Uthemba uspeak ukuthi akukhulumele ngoba umphenduli uba necala njengani yami. Uba necala wena umphendulayo. Councillor Sokabase.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The programs of Masakane is happening in the wards, not in the constituencies of the parties. So, Councillor, if says is the movement, recruitment, I don't know, Ushuktin. But again, sizomsiza nje uKhansela uMasakane udriver amakhansela nama-ward committees kuma-wards, so it can't be the ANC. Cela laba baseduze kwakho ke bakuchazele kanconywana sisi. Bese ke
Councillor Sokabase, don't address your fellow councillor, you must address the speaker. Order, order.
Yeah, blah.
Order.
Order.
Order. Councillor, order. Order. Councillor Sokabase. Councillor Sokabase, I'm talking to you.
Speak.
Yeah, don't address your fellow councillor. Just put your views and your debate without responding or addressing a fellow councillor. Please proceed with your debate.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Ncango.
Speaker, I think Councillor Kabase must withdraw calling Councillor Zuma Sisi.
What is this?
She's a councillor. She must refer to a honorable councillor, not just.
Councillor Sokabase, please.
I withdraw.
No, Councillor Sokabase. Wait for Councillor Ncango to conclude his point. For the speaker to make a ruling first. Are you done, Ncango?
My appeal, Honorable Speaker, is that Councillor Sokabase must withdraw, referring to a fellow councillor, Councillor Zuma, as Sisi. She must refer properly as Councillor Zuma.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ncango. Your point of order is sustained. Councillor Sokabase, may please withdraw that part.
Withdraw.
Thank you very much. Proceed.
Ngiyabonga. uMasakane siyawuthokozela kakhulu ukuthi usuzoqhubeka emawadini. Siyacela ukuthi usetshenziswe amakhansela ukuthi abantu bomphakathi bakwazi ukuzozwa ukuthi ama-officials awuphathele kanjani i-service delivery kuwona nokuthi izinto ezibaxakayo emawadini bakwazi ukuziraise zikwazi ukuthi zirectify ngendlela efanelekile. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sokabase. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, page 30, item 2.2, ratification of approval.
Sorry. Is it for noting? It's need approval.
The previous item is for approval. Yes, you're correct, Kwala. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, thanks, Kwala, for the correction.
Item 2.2, Honorable Speaker, is the ratification of approval to allocate funding to support the annual reed dance ceremony. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Right, the first speaker here is Councillor Nchai from the IFP. The second speaker is Councillor Mieni. The third speaker is Councillor Gubega with minutes donated by the APF, HM, and Freedom Front Plus. Then the third councillor is Councillor Hector from DA. Then the fourth councillor is Councillor Mkize from the EFF. Then Councillor Sokabas is the last speaker. In that order, Councillor Nchainchai.
Thank you, Speaker. The IFP raised concern in terms of the budget that we are having for Umkhosomhlanga. Sesibona ama-challenges amaningi. Iy'ngane zethu seyilala ngaphandle kwamatende and isimo ekuyisona in terms of indlela eyihlelekele ngayo iy'ndawo zokudla. Siyabuka ukuthi iy'ntombi zethu ziyakhula ziningi but i-budget esuke khona incane. And nokusupplya kwe-transport ke ngokwamabhasi. Kwezinye indawo siyesithola ukuthi kuphushwa kuthiwe kungena kwenye i-department kodwa uthola ukuthi sekune-council eli-involved and nabo osomehlo sicela ukuthi uma ngabe kuwukuthi kuthiwe ingane fanele zibe at the age of 16 kuyaphezulu ukwazi ukuthi ihambe zemhlangeni kube ileyo age ukuze wonke umuntu ezokwazi ukunakekeleka. Isimo esisifice laphana besingekho sihle ne-office lika-speaker ke thina samakhansela sibone ngazuthi nje senzelwa umusa ukuthi siyo-attend umhlanga kanti we need to play oversight role. Izimo esiyificilile laphana bezingezinhle ke kule game. Bekungakuhle ngempela imvula isinetha iy'mpahla zey'ngane ihleli ngaphandle. Abanye belele ngaphandle kugcwele ematendeni. But asishayeleni izandla ukuthi iTheku iy'ntombi sezinyukile. Iy'ngane seziningi
Your time is
ziyiphethe
up. Councillor Sokabasa.
Councillor Mnene is the next.
The bastards is here.
Councillor Mnene.
Yeah, oh, okay, sorry. It's Councillor Mini.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Somlomo.
read the wrong item. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Somlomo, His Worship the Mayor, the Whip of Councillor Makosi Asendlunkulu. Kubalulekile ukuthi uma ngabe sikhuluma ngalolu daba sivume iqiniso lokuthi kusukela mhla uMdlokombane evuselela isiko lokuthi isiqhubeke kube khona lomkhosi isasasa liya ngokuya linyuka ikakhulukazi lapha eThekwini njengoba nathi esikhathini uma ngabe ubuka ucensus kuyakutshena ukuthi ipopulation yethu iyanyuka kodwa kubalekile ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngento yebudget sazi ukuthi ibudget le kade sijwayele ukuyisebenzisa sekufanele siyinyuse. Siyabonga kakhulu nosihlalo wekomiti umsebenzi omuhle abawenzile with other stakeholders kodwa siyafisa ukuthi babume usilekelele la ekutheni mhlambe in future kube khona ama platforms azo createwa where sizo engage other spheres of government ikakhulukazi iprovince so that ezinye zezinto mhlambe ngama challenges sikwazi ukudila nazo. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni. The next speaker is from Action SA, Councillor Kupela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Worship, the Mayor, Whip of Councillor Makosi. Honorable Speaker, these reservations that are always been done every year in an annual event is a problem. And itshengisa Speaker ukuthi asihlelekile as this council. As Action SA, we request ukuthi since it is an annual event, let's start now to prepare for the next Umkhosomhlanga to avoid all these ratifications, especially because it is very important ceremony which encourages young girls to abstain from sexual activities until marriage and also limiting the possibilities of HIV and AIDS transmission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kupela. Councillor Hector. Yeah, can you please sort those microphones? Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I carry on, I just want to make it quite clear that the Democratic Alliance supports this extremely important event on the Zulu Nation's calendar. And it is we recognize the importance of this for the Zulu royal household. But we need to understand that this item in front of us is not for the support of our maidens attending this event. The concern is that, and as outlined by our colleague in Action SA, every year we have the same problem, where this department cannot budget, they under budget, and then they just go ahead, like many other departments in the city, they go ahead and just spend what they want, and then they come to us afterwards and ask us to please rubber stamp. We went and spent 713,000 Rand over and above what our budget was. You know, yes, in committee I reminded them that we're going to have the same next year, the same as we did last year. You know, start planning now, put it in your next budget. And then if the budget is not allowed, they've got to come to us before the event and say, well, sorry, we aren't going to be able to do it. We cannot sit here as councillors in this house and accept officials, department heads, and senior management coming to us and expecting us to rubber stamp expenditure that has gone ahead, and it is blatant, unauthorized expenditure. If there was proper planning in place, this would have come to us earlier. When the item came to us for approval for us to participate or for us to send our maidens to participate, they could have asked for the funding, but they didn't. They just went ahead. So we've got to start asking, and it's unfortunate the mayor isn't listening. But through you, Speaker, maybe you can just, the mayor needs to start looking and saying.
Councillor Hector.
Point of order.
Councillor Hector, let me address this first. Councillor Hector, in council, you don't address your fellow councillors, you address the speaker. Yeah, for you to want the mayor only to pay attention to your debate or a matter is wrong, because you are not addressing the mayor, you are addressing the speaker. The speaker is listening to you and other councillors. Please avoid that, because all of you of late, you tend to commit those mistakes, and you take those mistakes lightly, because I'm reminding you also nicely. I'm not being harsh on you when you're breaking those rules of council. I'm reminding you, you don't debate with your fellow colleague or councillor. You are addressing the speaker. Please do that.
Thank you, Speaker. And I was addressing you, and I'm actually hoping that all councillors in this house are listening to me, because it is extremely important. And all I was emphasizing is I did notice the mayor was having a side meeting, and I would have liked him to hear what I have to say. Because my point is that we have to take control. As councillors in this city, it is our responsibility to approve what departments go and spend. Not for them just to go ahead and do what they want, spend what they want, and then come back and say, oh, well, we overspent our budget, but we've underspent here, we've done this, just stamp it and we'll do the same next year and the next year. Then why are we here? Why do we sit here and approve expenditure if we allow departments to go ahead? We need to start looking at consequence management. When department heads go ahead and spend money without authority, what happens about it? We have to start taking action, Mr. Speaker. So yes, we fully support our maidens going to this auspicious event in the Zulu Houses, Royal Houses calendar, but we cannot support the department being allowed to spend this money without authorization. It is blatant, unauthorized expenditure, and we will not support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hector. Councillor Mkhize, EFF.
Ngibonge Speaker ngethuba sebengavile zakwethu, kodwa ngicela ukugcizelela mina ukuthi abatwana bahlonishwe ngendlela elinganayo njengoba behamba umkhosi womhlanga ukuze inamba iqhubeke inyuke. Ama reports ebesiwathola thina besikhathi sisemkhosini womhlanga sithola ukuthi ingane eziningi bezibuyiselwe eceleni mase kufika ama celebrate ayintombi kube yiwona ahambisa umhlanga. So siyacela kakhulu. As an EFF caucus, we support ratification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabazela. The last speaker is Councillor Sokabasa.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, as ANC or the councillors of this committee, we note all the consent from the councillors regarding the planning process that it must take place now, not while the program is so close. We note that we will try to do best on that regards. Another thing about the things that happened at Enyogen, we are not responsible because this initiative, when it goes to Enyogeni, is not ours, it's for the province. Ours is to support. But we will make sure that we talk to other spheres of government just to ratify whatever that the councillors are talking about. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sokabasa. Already is 2:05. It's time for us to break. But councillors, are the recommendations approved?
No.
Okay. Let me have the screen so that we conclude properly. Then we break for lunch. Secretariat, are you ready? No movements. We are voting. Doors are closed. Those who are in support of the recommendations, please raise your board and make sure that we are counted.
Kanti ungakuphi uncwane?
Siyakubona uncwane.
Uyinkosi
Order. 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 Can you lower your hands? Now. Order. 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 Manje inkinga la. Uma ngithi ngiyafunda ama rules. Akasho lutho ngokucula kwi-council. Kodwa kusho ukuthi unjobana uthi where rules are silenced, the speaker use his discretion to decide ukuthi we are in conflict with the rules or no. Kusho ukuthi lo qala iculo. Abankinga laba kade bemvumela. Lo qala iculo ufuna abe ne session no speaker.
Induna.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against the recommendations, please raise your hands.
Siyabonga benziwe.
Nawe nyambo.
Okay, thank you. Can you lower your hands? Those who abstain.
Cela kulandelwe amqhele Nkosi yami.
Those who abstain.
Umncwane akazazi umnyungu umlungu omnyama.
Uyasiphoxa umncwane.
Uthuswa
Abantu akwaNongoma.
Wena wafika ngephutha kwaNongoma.
Izemtiti.
Umla lo jacket ethawula.
Umncwane ufuneka DNA lapha.
Speaker, sicela uzivikele Speaker. Siyahlushwa lapha ANC.
Hayi, hlala phansi mfundisi.
Khona bangawufaka ngisho kwamchelelo.
Kufuneka i-DNA lapha. Ngizwa kahle leya nongomo.
Hlanganisa totally.
Mazemtini.
Yeah, thank you. Those who are in support of the recommendation, the number is 133. Those who are against, the number is 49. Those who abstain, the number is 3. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through. Now, listen, councillors. I'm in contact with the weather services team. They are updating me on what is happening outside. Now, I'm giving you time to go for lunch, but we have already distributed the second supplementary agenda. We'll also give you time to caucus. It means go have lunch, have time to go through this agenda and come back to council. I will then give you till 3:05 for you to come back. All of us must be here exactly 3:05 so that we move. But I'm happy so far with the pace. Enibambele kwasiza ukuthi ngiye phesheya ngishiya umphemba labambe niyabehave manje. Thank you. We are breaking for lunch.
Ucishe wafika isiphelile i-council.
Councillors, let's order, let's take our seats. Let's settle down, councillors. We have to proceed with our meeting. Let's take our seats. Security, please assist me there. Umang namakhansela sisemnyango ngiyacela niwacela ngene ngaphakathi. Ukuze siqhubeke nomhlangano. Laba sebengenile ngiyacela nithathe izihlalo zenu ukuze siqhubekeni. Laba sebengaphakathi nje asithathe izihlalo ukuze siqhubeke nomhlangano. Siyabonga. Sidi, ngimabele nawe.
Hey bafethu ngisho une potential yokuqeda early avumi. Bafethu kube nama speakers ayincaba kubanga into engekho.
Iwona inkinga ya. Please settle down. We are continuing with our meeting. The city manager is ready to call the next item. Order. ANC caucus. ANC caucus, please maintain order. After calling the ANC caucus, I will call names. Order. Right?
The APF, Lena.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's continue. City manager will now read the next item. City
Can
manager.
I start, Speaker? Can I start? Can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We're now on page 32, item number 2.3. Request for authority to implement sports and recreation programs during 2024-2025 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendations great, councillors? Thank you very much.
Sorry, Samlo.
Yes, Councillor Gwala.
Celu double check speakers list, sir.
Speakers list some.
Yeah.
Bo submite ba. Bani bezokhuluma.
Speaker, if you can check, it's page 32. There is Councillor N. Chai. It's just that it's written 3.2 instead of 2.3. Can I do the correction there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we can do those corrections.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, you can speak.
Speaker, the IFP would like to support the item and also raise the concern in terms of seeing the sports not being visible enough in our areas. So siyacela ukuthi even ama-facilities okuyiwona asebenziswa umphakathi akwazi ukuthi asebenze ngendlela and avuselelwe. Isport siyakwazi ukuthi assist ama-families in terms of ukuthi kubekwe ngisho ukudla etafuleni because most of ama-sports abanye they are receiving something ebayi-salary and they are saving kids from ama-drugs and early unwanted pregnancies, including i-discipline. So siyafisa ukuthi sibone ibar municipality wethu inyuka and make sure that each and every time ikomiti lethu lizenza lezinto zibe visible ngaso sonke isikhathi and zisupporteka ngaso sonke isikhathi ngendlela ezonyusa umasipala wethu ubukeke uyinto ehloniphekile. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much. City Manager, next item.
Page 34, item 2.4. Noting reasons to extend lease in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA Act number 56 of 2003 pertaining to the Prince Edward Library situated at Tapi Center, 70 to 72, Dr. P.A. Gulam Street, Durban. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you. Page 34, item 2.4, there are no speakers in my list. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 35, item 2.5. National Air Quality Indicator Stations Management Programs between eThekwini Municipality and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have speakers on this item. I will invite Councillor Ndlovu from the EFF, Councillor Naito from the IFP with minutes related from the HEA, Al-Chama, Mosa, and MF. That is IFP, Councillor Naito. The last speaker will be Councillor Mngadi.
Sorry,
from
Speaker.
the ANC.
Speaker, just for a point of clarity, i-Al-Chama yikho la, but a-contributor kanjani ama-minutes bengekho?
Nwangithi i-office lami lithola i-email evela kwi-political party uma i-donate ama-minutes. Now these minutes have been donated formally by i-party.
Xoxa ngomlomo.
Ayikho into ethi uma udonate futhi ube khona emhlanganweni. Siyabonga.
Somlo.
Councillor Ndlovu.
I'll check kahle ku list yakho. I think khona lo disekho.
Undlovu akekho.
Asikho lapho. Yes.
Anikho le item.
I know.
Okay. Ayasiza futhi mina ngekho ngoba siyashesha. Kuyasiza nje mina ngekho. Naba engathi ngabaningi.
Sorry Somlo.
Eniphumayo mina khona. Kwala?
No ngicela ukungena kancane kule ukuze sithole clarity.
Yeah.
Ukuze in the near future singabe ne confusion.
Yeah.
Mhlawumbe ulegal angakwazi uadvise kulento yomuntu ongekho but a donate even though I send the email but i-absentia ye-party. It means the absentia nje at all.
Okay, hayi sizoyibuka leyo baba ukhali balekile siyabonga.
Please.
Soyibuka leyo.
Illegal. Ngicela ungenise illegal.
Ayidingi ulegal leyo idinga mina nama rules. Leyo njena idinga mina nama rules ayo legal. Councillor Naito.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, air pollution is one of the contributing factors to climate change, is wreaking havoc through drastic weather patterns and natural disasters. Mother Nature has taken matters into her own hands in cleansing the environment. To continue to ignore the carbon footprint will be to our own peril. eThekwini must take a sharp focus on the Climate Change Act interventions with funds to follow actions. The IFP looks at this recommendation of the city taking custodianship of the air quality monitoring stations as a positive step. However, the IFP is concerned with the city's track record of having its assets fall into neglect and dysfunctionality. Having large industries such as SAPI, Sycamores, and expansion projects in Ward 99 and Mondi's in the Durban South Basin, we have to be vigilant in ensuring that air quality is not compromised. In fact, the IFP suggests that a presentation be made to Council showing us a map of where the high-risk communities are, where the current monitoring stations are situated, and who is monitoring these stations. Areas such as Makabeni Township and Craigieburn should also have separate air monitoring stations to safeguard residents in that catchment area. I bring to the attention of Council an incident at SAPI where the industry was charged 6 years ago. This concluded last year with a fine of 8 million rand. Interestingly enough, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has channeled 5 million of that funds to eThekwini. The IFP calls for that funds to be ring-fenced for anti-pollution solutions. eThekwini must drive the green economy and lower carbon emissions. That being said, the IFP appreciates large industries such as SAPI in Ward 99, which contributes close to 50 billion in the KZN economy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Naidu. Councillor Mngati.
Thank you, Speaker. As African National Congress, CI supports kakhulu le. So the issues and concerns that were raised by Honorable Councillor from IFP, our city manager will be able to do that, assist ngama clarities lawa awavezayo. That's why 2.5.2 city authority be granted to the city manager to take custodianship and responsibility for the monitoring equipment procured. So every consent I show you na tingubuti inagelege, city manager will be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mngati. Madlugov. Are the documents noted, Councillors? City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 35, item 2.6, request for the Parks, Recreation and Cultures Unit 2024-2025 capital budget reprioritization to fund projects with budget shortfall. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. I've got speakers. The first speaker is Councillor J. Naidu. Councillor Naidu, you've got 4 minutes as per the record I have. It's from the TA, it's from Al-Jama, it's from MOSA and MF. But it's very interesting that these minutes have been donated to the IFP. But the IFP is questioning the donation from the Al-Jama. Now it's a very interesting issue because while I'm going to review the rules, I'm happy that these minutes have been donated to you, Councillor Kuala, but we are questioning the very same donation. Councillor Naito, even while there's a matter to be reviewed by the Speaker, these minutes are also approved, allocated to you, right? You have 4 minutes addition, including the Al-Jama. Thank you.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Parks, Recreation and Culture Unit has over the years been negligent to assets under its care. Throughout the city, community halls, clinics and recreational facilities have deteriorated and fallen into ruin. Sadly, the southern region has become a stepchild of this municipality, being continuously left out of the list of urgent priorities. The IFP wishes to highlight conditions of the south, particularly in Ward 99. The Amkomas town hall, situated in the central business district, has been stripped of its roof, windows, doors, and equipment. The facility has been taken over by illegal occupants who made this all into a den from which they terrorize residential communities. The building stands as a centerpiece of ruin and poor governance. Adjoining the town hall is the Mkomas Clinic, which came through the COVID pandemic, limping and unable to service large communities. This clinic has been condemned for years. The nursing staff working under dire circumstances with rain that comes through a collapsed roof, the public having no toilets in the facility, no rooms for healthcare programs such as family planning, immunization, wound care, or social services, and still there is no wall to attend to this clinic. A few meters down the road on the beachfront, the Mkomas swimming pool is overstrewn with sewer waste. Despite the public outcry over the years to have the pool open to the public, this has not happened. Parks and Recreation must invest in the facelift of recreational facilities if it is to boost local economies of the ward. An unfinished tennis court site in Mkomas is also a testament to the PRC's neglect. Speaker, the PRC must provide due diligence to all its wards and not be politically selective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perte, followed by Hector and Councillor Sokabas.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I first looked at this report, in the first instance, it made me realize why the DA doesn't support the budget. Because each year we say, it's not what we see, it's what we don't see. And one would look at this and wonder, how is it possible that all these projects have got no funding? Because just a few months ago, we were on a roadshow and making people very happy to say that funding is actually being allocated to you. In the second instance, I saw, for instance, that my ward was affected and I'm contributing a lot. So the first thing I did then, I grabbed the phone and I thought, let me phone PRC and find out from the head or his senior managers why they didn't make provision. But their phones just rang and I couldn't understand. I'm not getting a hold of the head. I couldn't get a hold of the deputy head, couldn't get a hold of the manager. And I thought, well, while I'm waiting for that, there's also some provision for electricity. Let me phone the head of electricity and find out why he didn't make provision. He also didn't answer his phone. And then it suddenly dawned on me, these people are all on suspension. The head and the deputy head and the manager of PRC has been sitting at home for 5 months. The head of electricity has been home at 6 months. And I made a few calculations and I thought, these people cost us in the region of 700,000 Rand a month. And they're sitting at home and we're running around wondering what's happening in their departments. And then it dawned on me, we haven't also seen a report on how many people are actually sitting at home on suspension and costing us money while we're moving stuff around within the departments. And that's very concerning. Because if you're sitting here and you're looking at money being moved around here and there, and one would have to ask, who takes accountability if you've got so many people sitting at home suspended? I almost phoned the DCM, but then realized the DCM is also suspended. So one would have to ask, at which point will we see reports to see who's suspended, what it's costing us, and who's actually taking accountability for the movement of funds from one ward to the benefit of the other, instead of planning correctly. And I want to leave that with your midst, Speaker. That's very concerning when you are not able to reach those who are getting paid at cost to the ratepayer every month. And one would wonder, what are happening to these investigations about these people? Or are we just placing them on paid suspension indefinitely? Surely there has to be a time limit to say we need to get these people back to work so that they can come and tell us what is happening in the departments. Because those who are acting and acting and acting don't seem to know what the decisions were when the planning was done for the following year. So maybe with that, although we're going to support it because we can see that it's needed, one would really have to ask, when are we seeing a report on those who are suspended and what it's costing this municipality on a month to have managers, senior managers sitting at home without decisive outcomes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Covered. Thank you. Councillor Sokawase.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. I-budget le ehlulwahlulwayo eyiswa kwezinye amanye ama-project ingoba ayikazi ukusebenza manje. Ingakho beyisa kulama project motion akuwona asesifisa ukuthi aphele. Siyafisa ukuthi iphasiswe le reprioritization esiyicelayo la ngoba siyokwenza umsebenzi. Nanokuthi i-budget is the budget of eThekwini municipality. Bese i-allocatelwa ama-ward. Uma ingezukusebenza ngaleso sikhathi babone kuba kufanelekile ukuthi abayise la izosebenza khona bese kuthi ngesikhathi esifanelekile uma seyiqala lawo ma-project akulawo amanye ama-ward bese ke beyayibuyisela imali yakhona. It's not that the project won't start or won't be ilokhuzane aqalwe enziwe khona. It's just that for now kukhona izinto ezenza ukuthi bangakwazi ukwaqala manje ama-project. I-project ekimiswa izinto eziningi is either kwamanye ama-processes ukuthi isayinwe kuyima iyohlala phansi. So kusalindwe leso sikhathi-ke imali leyo kucelwa ukuthi iyosebenza kwezinye indawo until kuze kuthi lawo ma-projects abe nawo ukuthi asayaqalwa. Then bese-ke imali iyatholakala iphindiselwe khona. Not that ama-projects ngeke asaba khona. Siyacela ukuthi iphasiswe le reprioritization ngoba lama projects esiwacelelayo amile njengamanje ngenxa yokuthi imali ayisekho ukuthi aqhubekele phambili. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed?
Freedom Front Plus abstained.
Abstain. Thank you.
The DA abstain, Chair.
The DA abstain. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 37, item 2.7, request for Project Authority for the Parks and Recreation and Cultures Unit annual signature programs in the 3-year financial period. Committee recommends.
Two speakers, IFP, Councillor Kavenda, ANC, Councillor Mungati. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the IFP, we embrace social cohesion through sport where people's interactions open the door in accepting and understanding cultural diversity. We believe in recognition of great individual human endeavors that demonstrate extraordinary contribution to our city and society. Therefore, honoring living legends is supported. The implementation of these signature programs must be processed without prejudice, and ward business forums and locals should be considered in procurement of goods and services per event. Considering that more than 6 million rand of taxpayers' money will finance this initiative, it should not be used as a political tool or agenda, and the funds that's allocated to these much-needed ward programs should not be redirected at all, as this will have a negative impact on those specific wards, which devalues the councillor's credibility. As the IFP, we support. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mungati.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a bit disappointed by the previous speaker, although he agreed with us. If he says we implement these programs, or we must not implement these programs based on political affiliations. These programs are done kuwo wonke ama-ward, not on the certain wards, and there is no way Tina as politicians interfere. Our officials, if they submit their proposals to the department, they are not asked ukuthi basuka kiphi political party. So le ayishoyo into engekho as African National Congress siyavumelana nale.
Thank you, Councillor Mungati. The recommendation agreed, councillors? Right, that was page 39. City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Just
We are
7
now
minutes.
on page 39, which is the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 23rd of the 9th, 2024. Item 3.1, Shift System Development Policy Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got speakers. Councillor Anpen, we are number 1 with 4 minutes donated to you. Councillor Mieni, we are number 2. Then Councillor Madala will be number 3 and the last speaker. Councillor Anpen?
Covered.
Can I correct Councillor Mieni?
Covered some is supposed item.
Thank you. Councillor Madala?
Thank you very much. We are covered by the absence and the presence. Thank you. We support the report.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you.
Page 40, item 3.2, naming of street in Ward 9 covering estate Cotswold fence. Committee recommends.
All right. Sibambe kahle la. This page 40, item 3.2, Councillor Chai, then Councillor Kuzwayo, and Councillor Nala. First speaker, IFP. Ambele, Councillor Kuzwayo.
I angambile kodwa ngicovered.
Ambele, good covered. Okay. Councillor Nala.
There being no speakers on the opposite side, I'm covered, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Angazi ukuthi lokhu kungena ukudlela kunenzeni. Abasatu debate. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Page 41, item number 4 is the report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 25th of the 9th of 2024. Item 4.1, reviewed Economic Development Incentives Policy. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item.
Page 42, item 4.2, Township Economy Kwamashu Safe Hub on contract number WS7328, Ward 47, major contract adjustment in terms of section 1163. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Next item, City Manager.
Page 45, item 4.3, request for authority for eThekwini municipality to enter into agreement with the Hawan Conservation Trust for Biodiversity Monitoring. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. City Manager, 2 speakers from Action SA is Councillor Zuma. ANC is Councillor Chintuli. In that order, Councillor Zuma.
Covered.
Speaker, we welcome the request for the agreement between eThekwini Municipality and Hawan Conservation Trust, a vital step in preserving our biodiversity. However, this partnership must not be reduced to a mere agreement exercise. Biodiversity must be actively managed and protected, ensuring the long-term health of our environment. Yet, we cannot ignore the pressing issues eThekwini is faced with. Pollution challenges persist, with gross levels of illegal dumping around Springfield Civic College and the ocean being polluted by sewage. These are direct threats to the biodiversity we aim to protect. We urge the municipality to not only embrace conservation efforts, but to also address these critical pollution issues. Biodiversity development and sustainability can only be achieved when we confront all threats to our environment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ntuli.
Sibonge Speaker. Cishe ngathi covered. Ngiyabona umuntu wrong lo. Speaker, the eThekwini have joined a project of lifespan in 2022 and has committed to simplifying of biodiversity over the next 6 years. The Lifespan project aimed to provide new insight in the biodiversity in changing over time, which can be crucial for conservation effort, policy making, sustainable development. It's one of the most ambitious global biodiversity monitoring initiative to date. While sampling has already been made or has been started in Buffers Dry, an additional site is required. Hence, the proposed collaboration with Hawaii Conservation Trust is important for this city in order to continue doing the work that we're supposed to do. This agreement will also allow the municipality to set up equipment for biodiversity monitoring within a cluster land, and the land managed by Hawaii Conservation Trust at no cost to the municipality. The data will contribute to global life plan initiative, which eThekwini municipality is already part of. These initiatives are important in positioning the city as the leader in the space of biodiversity management in the African continent and in the world. Within this context, we are proud to have been nominated and finished the first runner-up to the World Green City Award in 2024, announced in Netherlands on the 25th of September. Siyayisupporta kakhulu i-item and siyakholelwa ukuthi akulona iqiniso ukuthi lezi zinto sizenzela ukuthi makubukwe nje. Sizenza with an intention yokwazi ukutshengisa ukuthi konke lokho bekade sikuvumile sasicommit kukona in the next 6 years sikwazi ukwenza kahle. Siyabonga kakhulu. ANC is in support of the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 46, item 4.4. Request for authority for the eThekwini municipality to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the developers Investec Properties Pty Ltd and JT Ross Properties Pty Ltd for the upgrade of the Old North Coast Road. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Two speakers, IFP, Councillor Naidu with 4 minutes donated, ANC, Councillor Pindlovu. In that order, Councillor Naidu.
Or withdraw, Speaker.
Covered. Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. In spirit of GNU, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, are the recognition noted? Thank you.
Page 48, item
Sorry.
4.5.
It can't be noted, it's for approval.
It's for approval, yes.
Item 4.5, amendment of eThekwini Municipality's system of delegation. Committee recommends.
Page 48, item 4.5. Right, there are no speakers. Are the recommendation agreed?
Sorry, Mr.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much,
Chairman.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, there's a hand.
Leader,
Who's
my name
speaking?
has been submitted.
Who's speaking?
It's Bob Daniel.
No.
we're past there.
There are
We're
no
past
names
already.
here.
We're past already.
Thank you.
Too late.
City Manager.
Item 4.6, still on page 48, is the request for authority to implement localization of tuck shops in eThekwini Municipality. Committee recommends.
4.6, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on 4.8, no, 4.6, yeah, page 48. There's a proposal for the amendment before I take the speakers. The proposed amendment is from Councillor Mwango, is seconded by Councillor Zuma. He proposed that on page 46, page on item 4.6, page 48, that we add 4.6.3, that the head business support markets, tourism, and agribusiness conduct an investigation on tax shops owned by the illegal foreigners and must report back to council, and in the effort of tax shops localization, there must be an agreement between the municipality and tax shop owners that they will not lease or sell their tax shops to illegal foreigners. That is the motivation that Councillor Mwango is proposing. I will now invite Councillor Mwango to briefly motivate before we make a decision. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Firstly, Honourable Speaker, the initiative by the municipality should be welcomed because it's actually the right step to the right direction, considering that our economy has been struggling, especially our local business owners have suffered a lot from COVID and the unrest, etc. So we need to ensure that we localize our economy. But if you go around townships, it's a fact that out of 5 tax shops, you will find that almost 3 of them are owned by foreigners. In the main, are illegal foreigners. Now, while this initiative is well placed, it may not assist us that out of 5 tax shop owners, we only train 2 because only 2 will be local tax shop owners. On that spirit, when we are saying as Section SA, can the head of department do a thorough investigation with the team to verify exactly how many tax shops are run or leased by illegal foreigners in the city? Because we can't firstly address the problem if we don't know exactly the extent of the problem. So we need to quantify information on that. But also, after this initiative of this training, this amendment seeks to say, let's also have an agreement that we have given someone skills who is a local person, but they must sign that when they run the tax shop, they will not lease or sell to illegal foreigners. I think that should actually cover the spirit of what they're doing. So I think the motivation of the speaker is self-explanatory. I don't believe anyone will need further explanation on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. Councillors, are the proposed amendment agreed?
Agreed.
Right. May I have the screen, please? May I have the grid? Yeah. Secretariat.
Speaker.
Secretariat, please check your.
Ngenxa nje uthi umnqango no.
No movement. We are now voting. Secretariat, take your positions. Councillors, no movement. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment as presented, please raise your hands.
Independent, I vote.
Thank you very much. Those who are against the proposed amendment? Those who are voting against the proposed amendment, please raise your hands. Senrat. Yeah, thank you. Ningahlisa izandla. Those who abstain. Kahleni phela ayikho into ethi mekuvotwa anisekho kwi council meeting. Yeah, musani ukhulume ngathi asikho council. Are we sorted? Tim, are we right? Yeah, thanks. Right? Those who are in support of the proposed amendment, the number is 42. Those who are against, the number is 86. Those who abstain, the number is 48. It means the proposed amendment will not be effected to the report. Now we're going back to the substantive item. I've got Councillor, is Councillor, yeah, it's Councillor Ngumalo, you're number 1. Councillor Nyembezi, you're number 2 from EFF. Councillor Mwango, already you have moved the amendment. You will talk to the substantive item. Councillor Ben, you're number 3. Then Councillor Lovu, you're number 4. In that order, Councillor Ngumalo.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we also have Councillor Bob Daniels on this. I've submitted the list to Belinda earlier.
We have Councillor?
Bob Daniels.
Yes, Bob Daniels is here. Is here, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Bob Daniels is here. Right? Ngumalo?
No, angibonge Speaker uqosha ithuba. Speaker, iqiniso lithi lapha eNingizimu Afrika abantu abamnyama lapha bazama ukuyiphilisa khona iseyindimeni ezimbili. Amatekisi kanye nokuphila ngokuyidayisela. Akho ke uma umkhandlu uqhamuka nalolu hlelo lolu siyafisa ukuthi kube uhlelo ngempela oluqonde ngqo ukuba liyosiza abantu baseNingizimu Afrika. Lokho ngifisa ukugcizelela kube ukuthi liyosiza abantu baseNingizimu Afrika. Ngoba lezi izitolo lezi njengoba zikhona nabantu baseNingizimu Afrika nabo benazo izitolo nabantu bangaphandle benazo. Uthola ukuthi abantu baseNingizimu Afrika laba banezitolo badayisa izinto ngempela eziproper nezisemthethweni. Ebese uthola ukuthi abantu bangaphandle badayisa iCoca-Cola nothi Coca-Cola. Bese ke uthola abantu behamba beyothenga iCoca-Cola. Lonto ke isho ukuthini ke isho ukuthi iyaphazamiseka le market. I-competition yakhona is not fair. Ngakho ke le intervention kamasipala yokuthi khanje kuyolekelelwa lezi izitolo siyayimukela kakhulu nangemali. Kodwa futhi ngaphe kwalokho siyacosha ukuthi bazoqeqeshwa nabo labantu bakithi ngoba kungaba ihlazo ukuthi umasipala ufika ubaxhasa but 8 months down the line uthola ukuthi lezi izitolo lezi ayisa operate ngenxa ukuthi abaqeqeshiwe. Ngakho kuthi ke njengeqembu le-IFP siyakwemukela ukuthi lolu uxhaso lolu aluye kubantu abasivotela njengoba silapha. Laba bangazange beze bezivotele sizoza kubo. Asisho ukuthi khona ukuthi asisho sibabeka ngaphandle kodwa ake kulekelelwe abantu baseNingizimu Afrika kuqala. Siyathoza kakhulu siyayimukela lo mbiko. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngumalo. Councillor Nyembezi.
Ngibonga sihlalo. All protocol observe. Le initiative enhle kakhulu. Stimulate economic growth yethu, promote development yomphakathi. I-sustain ama-tuck shop akhona emalokishini nakumphakathi sosakhela. Socela kube nama-program ayayo labantu because abantu bakithi abaningi abamnyama abayinaki le nto zisemaphepheni nezama-TV la kuzofika bafundiswe khona ukuthi ibasiza kanjani kuphi nakuphi.
Order, Speaker.
There's a point of order.
Speaker, ilunga ehloniphekile elikhulumayo lifaka isiqoko.
First cover. Councillor Ngembezi, proceed.
Lo muntu lo. So siyacela lokuthi nale izitolo ezinkulu emalokishini lezi zizidayisa into sidayisa kuma spaza shop ukuthi zizame mhlawumbe umphakathi ube ama system in place azovimba ukuthi bangadayisa yonke into mabeyidayisa ba supply yibo labantu ba produce emalokishini sema community yethu because kufanele egcineni siyigcile economy ikhulile emphakathini wethu kwi-event la i-community yekofeka kuney'tolo ezaziyo nje sonke most yethu mhlambe la anjengo-trade board abahamba bosuplya lezi stock esikhulunywa unqumala mhlambe seso-expire or sesi-expire ushintsha amadate so umkhandlo abeka ama-system in place ukuthi avimbe leyo nto leyo ukuthi if u-trade board ngempela u-investa ngalapho ihlole impahla yakhona and mase ihlole impahla yakhona futhi iqale umphakathi oseThekwini makithi umphakathi oseThekwini umuntu ohlala eThekwini otradeayo eThekwini meaning lo ngakusiza ukuthi siyazi ukuthi ke nawo lokho akakhola usho ucomrade la unqumalo singakwazi ukuthola because those systems azoba investwe on those projects so okugcina sihlamba i-EFF iyayisapota kakhulu i-initiative sicela nje ukuthi i-fast track kakhulu because lento iyenzeka ziningi into lesizaziyo abalokishini ezinga-operate through i-unfairness competition eyenziwa ley'tolo ey'nkulu ezikhona emphakathini. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Councillor Ngembezi. Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As I said earlier, Action SA do support this initiative, which aim at empowering local tuck shop owners. But it is surprising that actually what we suspected is actually true, that the ANC intend to empower illegal foreigners. The fact that they didn't support an amendment that seek to make a clear distinction that this proposal seek to empower
Point of order.
Local.
Point of order.
Raise point of order ngoba umncwango ukhuluma ngento ekwi-report yekomiti fanele abize labahlala ekomiti neyakuganga la.
Yeah, thank you. Your point of order, Councillor Mtolo, is sustained because for Mngango to say the ANC support the illegals, that is what is not contained in the report. Because we are discussing a report from the committee, I will appeal that we confine ourselves to the report. For other matters, maybe you can deal with that in another platform. Let's contain ourselves to the report. Proceed, Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm not sure how ANC voted. I thought it's ANC voting. But for my understanding in this meeting is that we are discussing the empowerment of local tuck shop owners. And this recommendation talks about the fact that the economy in township have collapsed.
Your time is up.
It is important. 5 minutes.
Order.
Your time has collapsed.
Yeah, Councillor Daniels.
5 minutes.
Councillor Daniels.
Well, 5 minutes. No, Speaker, 5 minutes.
Councillor Daniels.
Speaker.
No, 5 minutes.
Speaker.
No.
5 minutes, Speaker, no.
Speaker.
I've got 5 minutes.
No, Councillor Daniels.
No,
Speaker.
I've got 5 minutes, Speaker.
No.
Speaker.
There's no 5 minutes here.
Speaker.
How?
Speaker, APF and ATM donated.
Councillor Pega. You are not recognized. You can't address council if you have not been noted and be given
But
permission.
Speaker, I was assigned
Order.
I got to speak with
Speaker, I'm the one who
Order.
submitted the request.
Councillor Pega. We order, councillors.
5 minutes.
Order. If there are minutes donated to a particular political party, we announce that in advance before a speaker is given a platform. For the fact that no announcements in that regard was made, it means in our records, there are no minutes donated. Previously, we have announced that where it reflected in our records. Let's respect the meeting let's respect the decision we're making. We're not biased here. We're dealing with what is in front of us. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and fellow colleagues, the Democratic Alliance welcomed this important initiative on localization of tuck shops in order to empower local citizens in such business opportunities. This will no doubtly help boost local and national economy in our country. As highlighted that the SMMEs are an integral part of the transformation objectives of South Africa, especially in readdressing the inequalities of the past and moreover, the historical imbalances. This initiative provides our local citizens with an opportunity to enter the formal economy, creating employment opportunities and stimulating local economy activities. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is also in alignment with both the National Development Plan 2030 and the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, no doubtedly as envisaged economic empowerment, job creation, and poverty alleviation will definitely bring much needed relief to the emerging SMMEs. The proposal recommended also, Mr. Speaker, the proposal recommended also intended to provide additional support in terms of financial assistance at a seed capital, business training, technology
Speaker,
support, container services and market for its citizens, skills development and capacity building, amongst others, must also be highly commended. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that one needs to also take cognizance of the fact that the importance of this SMME sector, which is largely made up of informal business sector in our country. The contribution largely to the economy and our country in terms of the GDP, and as the largest business sector in South Africa. It helps provide millions of job opportunities. This results in the support given to their families by putting food on the table and taking care of their bills, thus help to elevate poverty and contribute to stabilizing the community. Might I also remind the House to the many challenges this sector has undergone recent years, with particular reference to COVID-19 pandemic and the civil unrest, which resulted in job loss, closure of hundreds of small business, increase in criminal activities, amongst others. Therefore, the Economy Development Committee must be commended for unanimously supporting to formalize local tuck shops to ensure they contribute positively to the local economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that the success of this business initiative can only achieve its goal if it's properly monitored with checks and balances in terms of the informal trading bylaws and appointing a special law enforcement agency to ensure that these tuck shops are not used as a front for drug trafficking and other illicit activities. While we welcome the support and empowerment of small business, it doesn't also make sense to purchase a container for such purpose and rent it to local citizens or
Speaker, point of order. Order, Speaker. We cannot have got EDA having a minute, almost 15, man.
15 minutes.
Yeah, he's speaking on talking, it's 11 now.
Yeah. Councillor Ntuli, I understand your point of order. The difficulty I'm going to have to rule on your point of order is because the time is being monitored by my team here. It's my team that monitor time.
Must fire them.
silver line minister.
But can you please tell me? Can you come here? Come here. Can you tell me what is happening?
Sleeping on duty. Now, repapa, now.
It's a GNU.
No. Councillor Mpemba.
GNU time,
the team is handling the time very well. Now let's trust them.
GNU time.
I'm avoiding to address a technical matter with council. I'm satisfied with their explanation. Let's proceed. Proceed, Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, for sake of sanity, I will conclude in stating that in the absence of my recommendation, the Democratic Alliance support this initiative. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor P. Ndlovu, ANC, the last speaker.
Ngibingelele kusomlomo umphathi dolobha ngibingelele namakhansela onke ngikhuleke emakhosini asendlunkulu ngibingelele emakhaya kwababukelayo ebuxhakaxhakeni kwezokuxhumana somlomo lombiko lo ophambi kwethu njengamanje umbiko obalulekile kakhulu futhi umbiko oqonde ngqo kubantu bakithi abamnyama ikakhulukazi abasemalokishini nabasey'ngaleni zasemakhaya. Somlomo ngikhuluma nje kanje ngomageba ngoba uma sikhuluma lolu hlelo phela sikhuluma nabantu bakithi nje emalokishini ngoba umlando usitshela ukuthi igama elithi tuck shop laqhamuka ngesikhathi sikahulumeni wobandlululo ngoba umuntu omnyama wayengavumelekile ukuba nesitolo esisemthethweni wayengeke umuntu omnyama abe nesitolo kuyinxanxathela yezitolo ngalokho ke umlando usitshela ukuthi abantu basebeyiqalela ukuyidayisela emakhaya njoba igama nje lithi tuck shop igama nje leli lithi tuck kwabazi isingisi ukuthaka into omuyithaka into empintshayo into oyivalelayo uthaka ini umbhedo uthaka ini shirt uthaka ini ngaphandle into oyivalelayo leyo empintshayo sasingavumelekile thina ukudayisa wawungeke usithole edolobheni wawungeke usithole kuyinxanxathela zezitolo sasidayisela ezindlini kwahamba ke manje saze sayithanda ke lento yabe igugu kuthina ngoba phela sikhulisa izingane ngama tuck shop sinodokotela namhlanje abakhuliswe ngama tuck shop emakhaya ngaloko ke uhulumeni umasipala weTheku ngoba somlomo lento ngifuna siyithathe kahle nje sizwe kahle lento uthi sukapi kuze kube nalombiko nje laphambi kwethu ingoba ikomiti lele ngihlala kulona lezokuthuthukiswa komnotho kanye nehhovisi lezokulekeleleka kosomabhizinisi ukuthi bathuthuke linohlelo mnyaka yonke lapho esesihlanganise khona zonke inhlaka ngaphansi kophahlo olulodwa bese osomashishini abafufusayo bezikhulumele ngqo nomeya besho ngezikhalazo zabo lombiko lo uqhamuka ekuthinini sididiyele zonke izinto ezikade abantu bezikhulumela bona kwi-summit bekhuluma nomeya odlule umeya wangaphambilini uMbimbi bezikhulumela bona abantu ingqinamba ababhekana nazo ngalokho ke business support kanye nekomiti economic development and planning waqhamuka nalesi strategic planning i-strategic planning esizosiza ukuxazulula noku-intervene ezinkingeni abayiphakamise bona bezikhulumela beyikhulumela nobuholi bekomiti lika-Accord, beyikhulumela nemeya. Ngiyaqonda ukuthi abanye bethu la sihlali ka-Accord, thina esihlala ka-Accord siyazi ukuthi lesi strategic planning si-intervention yezinto thina sesinikezwe osomashishini abafufusayo sibanike i-platform baphakamise izinto ezibahluphayo baphakamise imbono abanayo iphakamisa abanazo sase sakha lesi strategic planning esizophucuza lo mkhakha lo kukwazi ukuthi ba-register bangene ku-database bonke abantu bama-tuck shop laba bakhathazeke ngokuthi size siqanjelwe uma ngakuthiwa khona abantu esingabafuni ukuthi babe nama-tuck shop isistimu izowenza yona umsebenzi wayo ngoba lesi strategic planning sithi wonke ama-tuck shop azongena kwi-database kamasipala niyazi-ke nofakazi njengoba nihleli la ukuthi umuntu onjani ongena ku-database kamasipala okulandela lokho mase bengenile ku-database kamasipala bese bekwazi ukuthi baqeqeshwe bakwazi ukuthi ba-accesse i-funding laba abathi-ke sifuna sithi ama-foreigners awathatha ama-tuck shop ayikho into enjalo le strategic planning senza uhlelo lama-tuck shop ukuthi lisebenze ngendlela ehlelekile futhi liklineke ngoba awukwazi uqhamuka usufanda ufayele nje uma ukhipha i-funding fake uqala ube ne-database uscreene kahle uwenza i-database yakho bese-ke laba abantu abakwi-database abafanelekile ukuba kwi-database bese be-access i-funding khona aba-grandstandayo-ke la ngoba bayazi ukuthi siyabukwa emakhaya besho into ey'ngekho asikaze nje sikhulume indaba zama-national foreigners sithi thina siphucuza uhlelo ukuze bakwazi ukulekeleleka baqeqesheke ba-accesse i-funding abantu abafanelekile siyabazi nje sonke nje basila kule council ukuthi umuntu ofanelekile ungena ku-database onjani sesingazenzisa-ke ngoba si-grandstand.
Thank you.
Ngalokho-ke somlomo njengocaucus ka-ANC siyaseseka le strategic planning siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager. Next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 50, item 4.7, Hammersdale Link Road acquisition of road servitude. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors?
On
Thank
page
you. Next
52, item 4.8, eThekwini Municipalities Business Licensing Bylaw of 2024, committee recommends.
Page 52, item 4.8, Councillor Anipen with 4 minutes from GA, Al-Jama, Mosa and MF. Councillor Kupega, Action SA. Ngithethe ukubheka ngibona mina ithi lo waphiwe ngathi awekho. Ngibona lutho ukubheka le kuthi unikiwe.
Ayi awekho speaker.
Ya ngiyabonga. Councillor Mdlovu EFF and Councillor Ntshangase ANC in that order. Ngiyafuna kodwa ukuthi ngingalimazi ilungelo lenu lokudebate. Ngicela ukuthi nibe cautious of time. Right? No, I don't think I'm trying to say moving forward because of time. Let's try to be conscious of that. Councillor Anipen? Councillor Pega?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Action SA acknowledge the work that has been done by Business Support Unit. But there's a serious concern, Speaker. We need to address the challenge we are facing as a city. Eimbangela yezinto eziningi ezidalwa ngabantu bokuhamba ekwaphuleni imithetho eminingi which our city has put in place. It is very sad to see abantu bakithi abazizamelayo abangabahlali base South Africa being made to comply with these bylaws, yet foreign nationals bazenzela umathanda badayisa la bethanda khona baphule yonke imithetho ongayicabanga kodwa bona bangathathelwa izinyathelo ezifanele.
Uthini ngo-omotoso? Uthini ngo-omotoso?
Hayibo. Kodwa manje
Uxulu,
Ubaxulu.
nangilapha kwi-ANC.
Awu, Councillor Xulu.
Yamsukela.
Sesiqedile speaker. Kade asiqala.
Qhubeka ukubheka.
Action SA calls for a thorough investigation on these foreigners who are operating in our streets of Durban. As a city, we need to implement these business licensing bylaws fairly, otherwise it will be a fruitless exercise. Action SA support this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kubheka, Councillor Ndlovu.
The AFM is covered, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. ANC, Changase.
Ngibonge Speaker, sikuhealth ukuze kungalimazi umphakathi wethu nokuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bayakomplya nomthetho lo obekilwe ama-license because uma bewuphula kukhona igweba abazoyithola ukuthi badisqualify noma baphucwa ama-license ukuze bakwazi ukukomplya kuyo yonke into eyenzakalayo. Kuzosiza kakhulu-ke nanokuthi
Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker, the DA abstains.
Okay, the DA abstain. Record that, City Manager.
Page 56, we are now on to direct exco reports. Item number 5, circular in respect of the use of official municipal vehicles by councillors, including office bearers. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Two speakers, Councillor Ngumalo, IFP, Councillor Madlala, ANC. It's donated by we have NFDA, Councillor Zo Solomon, B. Warrens, ANC, Madlala. Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ward committee members have a critical role in delivery matters in wards. If we are serious about impacting communities through better engagement, communication of information and service delivery, then we must ensure that our foot soldiers or ward committee members on the ground are better resourced. As it stands, the increase of 500 Rand for out-of-pocket expenses barely covers members to attend meetings, training sessions, or even consultations with the community. Being under-resourced equates to ward committee members having compromised functionality. The IFP calls on council to give serious thought to budgeting appropriately to cater for ward committee members. 3 years into their term, ward committees still do not have uniforms or anything that identifies them as members of this community or the council. As the IFP, we support this recommendation, but ask that we budget appropriately to cater for this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mieni. Your mic is not working.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you. Siyafisa ukuthi ekuhambeni kwesikhathi kube khona i-skills development ezoba khona ezotargetha kakhulu ama-ward committee members because we acknowledge ukuthi umsebenzi abawenzayo mukhulu. Siyafisa futhi uma ngabe kuphela ithembu ibe khona into eyiskill abazokwazi ukuthi bayithole as they move forward. So we support the item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Solomon.
Bongo. Who would have known in 2016, when I became a ward committee member of vulnerable groups, that I was going to be a blessing to the residents of Ward 66 in 2019 in a by-election. I encourage anybody who loves their community to become a ward committee member, to put their name forward to be voted in, and I welcome an increase to 1,500 Rand for ward committee members. As ward councillors, we rely on our ward committees. We want them to be functional, and we want our wards to run well. And we want to encourage the volunteer with stipend, and we thank the municipality for this increase for ward committee members. Thank you.
Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can speak with some authority on this subject because in the first term when I was a ward councillor, I had a horrible, hostile ward committee and we achieved nothing. It even got so bad that they frustrated the distribution of senior citizen vouchers to the senior citizens because they didn't like the list that had been produced. So ward committees are not all perfect beings, but I'm happy to say that in the present term, I have a very helpful, cooperative and constructive ward committee who come from different political parties, and some have moved from one party to a Green party, but we still get on well together and we work constructively. I believe that the members of certainly my ward committee deserve the increase, and I'm glad that the municipality has found the money to supplement their stipends.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We want to thank the councillors who have commented on this item. The issues raised are the issues that we take seriously. We want first and foremost to thank you, Speaker, for organizing that meeting where what committees and what councillors were called into this very same venue to be given an opportunity to interact with your office and with all of us. They raised some of these issues that are being raised here. One, the issue of the tools of trade, the issue of the ease of moving around in their wards, the issue of one form or the other of identification, stroke uniform, and other issues of maybe sort of an exit strategy once their term of office has expired, are all being considered as promised in that meeting. Secondly, we understand that this is a stipend, not a salary. We don't envisage that one would be able to live a good life on 1.5. It's a stipend, it's an out-of-pocket expenses, meaning that it reimburses this person who have traveled to do the council work out of his pocket. Now we understand that under ideal situation, that would be a person who have other means of making a living. But in the climate of high rate of unemployment and all of that, some of these out-of-pocket expenses becomes the only form of income that comes to the home. And we understand those difficulties, but the municipality have competing priorities. You have staff that is complaining about their salaries. You have councillors who are feeling that their offices sometimes are not fully capacitated and resourced. We have communities that are waiting for services. And therefore, all of that becomes the considerations that we make when we make this. So we think this 500 rands increase in the stipend is a step in the right direction, and we think we can build from there. We support the report as the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recognition agreed. Yeah, that was the last item before we deal with the second supplementary agenda. But councillors, let's have a 5-minute stretch break. I need time to sort some technical issues with my team here before we proceed. Just 5 minutes to allow myself to rearrange myself to be orderly. We'll come back after 5 minutes. So you showed it there, right?
Hey, you must see this response. It's exactly what we were talking about. Waziwathanda lo mphathi. Mina ngaze nje ngibuzwe impela. Oh, shuthi yena phela. Oh. How are you, Councillor?
Angithi niyaxoxa manje so kuze kuphela i-break initial ukukhuluma.
And you know, every time when I have the meetings, I also have meeting with Councillor Smith, with Councillor Omona, Councillor, all of them. They come to me. So I double up all the time. But you have the court order.
All right. We say office.
Yeah.
Ngoba le ngaphansi bekuyikonfirma lezi zinto lezi ezisho ukwenzela ukuthi abone ukuthi uyathini.
You don't know Smunda then. And you've spoken to him. I don't think you've got the right to know. Let me speak to him.
He's on the email. He's on the email. He hasn't replied. I-confirmatory affidavit angazi ukuthi case yakhe. No, akuyisayini.
Councillor elikhalayo elithi there is a land use matter ewadini yalo eMonisa of an illegal car wash asset itself belongs to road and there's a business license issue, but it remains a land use. Then we coordinate from that perspective. Khulumisana ke nayo councillor and agree on the way forward.
079.
Suicidal, a complimentary affidavit about the matter. I think there's someone who's challenging us. Inside is on report about what? The scale structural integrity of the existing main. Think about our infrastructure.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right, but please action these guys because we need to get rid of these guys, right?
I think the water infrastructure is.
But what did you mean there's a
stormwater.
business licensing issue? Just explain that quickly to me if you don't mind. Okay, fine. I'll call you. I'll call you now. I'll call you now, right? Sure, bye.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, councillor.
Don't chase no one.
It's responded.
Ayi, siqaleni manje sibuyeni sesizothe kahle izinto zethu.
Typically, I respond.
Sesizothe kahle izinto sibuyeni. Itiye asingene ngaphakathi nalo siqedeni. We're left with only 3 items. Asingeneni siqhubekeni. Yoshi.
Okay.
Just now. Councillors, please settle down. Please settle down before I invite the mayor to table the 4th report. Please take your seats. Security, please assist me. Please, security, those councillors who are outside. Cela batshele bangene. Laba semnyango ngicela bangene nje. Ukuze siqhubeke. Please, councillors, asingene ngaphakathi siqhubeke nomhlangano. Councillors, because of time, let's proceed. Settle down, councillors, order. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Order, councillors. Let's settle down. We have to proceed. Let me invite His Worship the Mayor to table the 4th report of the Executive Committee. Nokos.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. We are now turning to the 2nd supplementary agenda. Consistent with that, it is my honor to present the 4th report of the Executive Committee. I so present. Over to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Worship. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on item 1 of the 4th report of the Executive Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 30th of the 9th, 2024. Item 1 is the draft.
City Manager, uyabona councillors. Lento lilengo isho ukuthi uma ulungekho uzinzo emhlanganweni kuthiwe order. Indlela ehloniphekile yokugwema ukubiza igama lomuntu omdala emhlanganweni ehlupha. Okusho ukuthi uma kuthiwa order umile ukhuluma uhamba ngezinyawo i-council on azi ukuthi sigwema ukubiza igama lakho. Lo order nje kusuke kuthiwe siyakuhlonipha. Siyakubona asikubizi sithi order shokwena kodwa. Ya ngenzela ukuthi lento ukuthi order kungabe ngathi speaker uyadlala nje. Inkulumo enamandla ngoba iqonde kuwena. Yeah, the mayor is addressing council. People are moving up and down talking. City manager is talking. People are also talking. Speak with the order. Now, I had to take time to explain the significance and the meaning of the word order in council. Thank you, City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are on the 4th report of the Executive Committee from their meeting of the which took place on the 30th of the 9th, 2024. Item 1, the draft terms of reference for human settlements and trading services committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City manager. Councillors, are the resolution agreed?
Sorry, sir.
Their hands, Councillor Kuala, Councillor Mwango,
No, umuntu akabonga somlomo.
Dlovu as well.
Kodwa umuntu nawe le nto ukuthi ngathi khona isandla esinoboya la noma isandla esizama ukuphazamisa. We can't be delaying like this. The financial year has started from July. We are just finished today with the first quarter. And soon we are going to recess. But we're delaying the process while these committees, they having a budget that is 70% of our service delivery. This is testifying that the ANC lost because of this committee not functioning. They lose elections. And we are not taking it serious again to make a fast move in terms of making this committee valid and effective. This is the 70% budget that is allocated in here. If we see a Tewini,
Councillor Madlala, your hand is up. Councillor Kuala, let me check this hand. Councillor Madlala, your hand is up.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I respect Councillor Kuala, but he should be careful when he's mentioning the ANC that what follows is truthful. There is no evidence whatsoever that the ANC lost because of the committee. First of all, we've never had the local government elections anywhere between 2021 and today. And therefore, the national elections were fought on a different platform. Now, this is not true. Secondly, from 2021 to now, this committee has never been in the ANC.
Councillor Madlala, I thought maybe.
Yeah, it's an order that Councillor Kuala must
Okay.
not mislead Council.
Okay, thank you.
That is not an order.
Councillor Chanchan, don't invite troubles. Troubles are far away from you. I'm addressing Madlala. Councillor Kuala is on the floor. Don't enter in this battle. Ngoba izophuma nawo impika Madlala no Kuala iphume nawo. Councillor Kuala, proceed. Councillor Kuala, proceed.
Somlomo. Mhlawumbe ngifisa ukuzwakala kabi la endlini. Mina angilwi ne-ANC. Inhlonipho yami ne-ANC is very huge. Kodwa ngizama uku-emphasize ukuthi the delaying of process is resulted to what? So nombana ngayichaza noma ngayiphi indlela mina ngiveza ama views ukuthi we can't allow a process that is very critical and effective to the resident of eThekwini, because we are here for a service delivery. If we delay our processes that will give us power to give people a service, then ama result kuba ilawa ke ngizama ukwachaza angafuneki la endlini. Kulungile ke kodwa besifisa ukuthi mhlambe as much as silokhuza le process but ifast track mhlambe asilekelele umeya okhona ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi
Councillor Gwala, your time is up. Mwango?
isiphi isikhathi osibalayo somlomo
Mwango?
sibalwe nini isikhathi somlomo
Kahle kuba.
nali minute nje
No.
nali minute
Kahle.
we are being biased lento engikhulumayo qhubekani
Kahle Gwala, kahle. Councillor Mwango?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think one must echo what Councillor Kwala have said. The issue of delays. When this was tabled before us, the motivation was about strengthening the operation and to improve revenue generation. But for 3 months now, you can't decide as to who must chair these committees. And I'm not sure why ningamniki umthetho umshini wakhe. Ngoba okucaca ukuthi umshini kamthetho kumele awuthole. Kodwa ke asidlule lapha. Mawubuka le delay ikhozayo. Unenkinga go Durban. Izolahleka imali ngoba we can't really be proactive indaba ye transport. Lastly, it's a question yokuthi ngabe ufleet management lapha ya train services ubala yonke fleet yini kumasipala noma it's only on this portfolio. Can I get clarity on that one?
Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Ndlovu?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I want to echo what Councillor Gwala have said in the beginning. The reality is that local government 2021 was a turning point for the ANC and other political parties. The fact is they did not win. So that's why they need these arrangements to run this municipality. Otherwise, if they had won, they would have run this municipality alone. So they must accept that reality. I think equally, the DA has done a huge political favor for the ANC not to accept entering into the GNU with the ANC. Why I'm saying that, we can't at this day and age allow the reactionary and the liberal parties to join forces with reactionaries. It's uncalled for. We can't allow a situation where our ideological backlist with the ANC, because our backlist are ideological, to create a fact that we can't be able to work together. We are ready as the left forces. We are ready as the progressive forces to work with whoever that wants to take the agenda of the black person forward.
Speaker.
I think if
Councillor Nyambose? Order.
Now, the problem is that...
Order.
The problem is that whoever that councillor that was talking is, I don't know who it was, is no longer speaking on the item. Usebhizi nje ucelela umsebenzi ku-ANC. Akastike la kwi-item.
Let's speak.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Let's proceed with our meeting and continue to maintain order.
We can't allow neoliberal forces to take the center stage in the service delivery issues or matters of eThekwini. The ANC must work with the progressives to take this municipality forward, and we are ready to do that moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. City Manager, next item.
The next item, Honorable Speaker, is item number 2 on page 4, which is about noting of intention to amend in terms of section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 to amend contract number 5W 26204 for the hire of water tankers. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Are the recommendations agreed?
It's for noting, sorry.
Not noted, councillors.
Can we speak?
Thank you. Okay, there are hands. Let me start with Councillor Kuala, then Councillor Mcheto.
I speak, I'm not
Okay. Okay, there's first hand, there's Councillor Kuala, Councillor Mcheto, Councillor Mwango, then Councillor Madlala.
Asibonga somlomo. Noma ke mhlambe kunzima nje ukunderstand ukuthi why ngoba sibe nayo presentation by water and sanitation. Ukuthi why this item was not included in that. Mhlambe ibalekile le transparent ne accountability. Kodwa mhlambe isitori sangelinye ilanga ngoba nensuku ziyashort. Kodwa bekubalekile ukuba le item siyithole kwi presentation so that soba nama clarities. Khona uma ungathi uyabuza manje uzobuza bani? Umuntu akabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Kuala. Nyambose.
Angithokoza ukuxoxa ithuba speaker. Mr. Speaker, while we appreciate the fact that tanker service is a critical part of the operations of the municipality that supplement in terms of the supply of water to the residents, it cannot be normal, Mr. Speaker, that it takes in this municipality almost a year to finalize a tender process. Now, this perpetuates, you would know that there is a perception out there with regards to water tanker mafias and the fact that some people are alleged to be benefiting from the usage of contracted water tankers. Now, things like this perpetuate that narrative. Ngoba akuqondakala ukuthi khona akuthiwa kunama-challenges angakanani. Sekungacishe kusithatha unyaka wonke ukufinalize nje just a tender process. And the allegations against some of the current service providers that some of their tankers are not roadworthy, abasebenzi, or driver, abazazi nendawo kufanele ukuthi bahambe kuzona, abasebenzele kuzona. It takes longer to fill just one water tanker. Therefore, as the Democratic Alliance would want to encourage the officials to speed up the process of procuring these 100 tankers that were promised that by the end of this year we would have had a delivery of those tankers, because clearly this system is milking the municipality and there's no return on investment. Lendaba yalama water tanker ihleli nje emqaleni yabakhokhi bentela baseThekwini, kodwa egcineni uma kune crisis awugcini usubona ukuthi ngempela sinalama water tankers internal nalana contracted amaningi kangaka ngoba ugcina abantu engafinyeleli kubantu ngendlela efaneleyo. Ngakho ke sithi someone has got to take responsibility for this. There must be accountability. It cannot be, if there are challenges, I think at least this report should have told us as to what bottlenecks are there so that we are able to understand as to how we got to where we are now. We do caution that this is uncalled for, and someone through the city manager must account for these delays. If there are people who are found to have dropped the ball, there must be consequence management against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm partly covered by Councillor Mteto. One of the concerns with such recommendation before us that in council we can't get clarity on our questions. Like the previous item, I asked a question for clarity. There was no one willing to provide clarity. Here again, this report seek to extend the contract for services providers. I have a question to say, how many tankers are we referring to? It was not clear. It's just a blanket, 7 contractors, and how many tankers are we expecting for them to provide? Considering that this report says you've got 174 and only 110 are operational in the municipality, then how many are we expecting from these companies? I think it's important for us to get clarity on this question, that when we support, at least we know we have a full background. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu speaker ohloniphekile. Cha ngizozwelana nje kakhulu no councillor uMncwango ngoba uzodlala amakhansela lawo esihlala lawo ku-executive committee. Ngoba ezinye zezinto aseyibona kule report ezela kwi-council manje izinto ebezingekho kwi-report eze kwi-exco sezikhona ngoba ma-executive committee members ayibuzile imibuzo ayithola iy'mpendulo and based on lezo y'mpendulo lezo yabe siyathi ukuphuhliswa i-report ukuthi bisikhava nalezo zinto ebeziyimibuzo beyibuzwa ama-executive committee members. Now-ke kuyawasutha ukuthi abuye eze la azobuza imibuzo ezifu bengenayo opportunity yokubuza kwi-exco. Into yesibili ukuthi umhlonishwa umphephethe weqembu lenkathi uyaphambuka mangabe ethi lo mbiko bekumele uhlanganiswe nomunye umbiko kade uthulwa ngesikhathi kuqala umhlangano ngoba imbiko le nakuba ikhuluma ngamanzi yonke kodwa akuyona imbiko ehlobene. Isizathu saleyo nto ukuthi lo mbiko lo olaphambi kwethu uzosibikela ngento eyenzekayo okokuqala ukuthi kunenkontreka ekhona eranayo njengamanje yey'moto ey'thutha amanzi ebese kuba khona imizamo eyenziwayo yokwenza inkontreka entsha kodwa leyo mizamo isendleleni njengamanje ayikakapheli ngenxa yokuthi izinto zaka-supply chain management.
Thank you. There's a point of order.
Umbiko umbiko nje. Nasekuqaleni i-report biwumbiko nale umbiko. So angathiwa ke bengiyaphambuka.
Hayi, Councillor Kwala usungibamba inkunzi nje. Kodwa ke ngoba sengintambama nami nje sekunomusa. Qhubeka madlala.
Umbiko lo ophambi kwethu njengoba 1163 uzothi asinothe ukuthi asiqaphele ukuthi kukhona into eyenziwayo. Eyokuqala ile yokuthi kukhona i-procurement process eyenzekalayo yokwenza i-contract entsha kodwa ingakapheli. Njengoba ingakapheli nje le contract ekhona njengamanje izophelelwa isikhathi. Uma ngase kwenzeke siyiyeke iphelelwe isikhathi uzoba nenkinga ukuthi emawadini amanzi awasekho ngenxa yokuthi inkontreka ayisekho le entsha endala bese le entsha ingakaqali bese uba nesikhathi esiphakathi nendawo abantu bakithi abazobe bengenamanzi. Manje ke le elaphambi kwethu umbiko laphambi kwethu uzothi asizama ukuvala leso sikhala ngokuthi sivumelane ngokuthi le nkontreka siyayifaka izorana ulula le nkontreka izohamba iziyofinyelela la kungena khona inkontreka entsha. Kodwa uma ukuthi sikalela isikhathi singangeyinyanga eziyishumi kodwa siyethemba ukuthi le yokwenza inkontreka entsha izofika ngaphambi kokuthi kuze kuphele lezi inyanga esizishilo. Senzela ukuthi singabi khona isikhala esiphakathi nendawo sokwenza ukuthi abantu bakithi bahlale bengenamanzi ngenxa yokuthi ayikho inkontreka yamathangi. Le eyesibili yokuthi akekho umuntu ozophendula umbuzo. Akukaze ngaba khona umuntu ozophendula umbuzo kwikhansela ngoba ikhansela umthetho wayo njengoba yaqasha umunicipal manager. Municipal manager njengoba la uready ukuphendula noma ngabe imuphi umbuzo. Uma kuwukuthi lowo mbuzo udinga mhlambe ulwazi oluthize uyakwazi ukuthi abize abantu bakhe bazosiphendulela lowo mbuzo lowo kodwa naye ufunde ngokwanele ukuthi angakwazi ukuthi ayiphendule le mbuzo futhi le mbiko le yonke lesukiza la imbiko yakho city manager. Laba basoke sebezolekelela nje laba abanye belekelela yena city manager. Monga ngikholwa bheka ama regulations akho ukuthi athini. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager. Next item.
Mana, do we note or we agree?
It's for noting.
Angasibambi inkunzi.
Yeah, councillors agree. Yeah, it's for noting. Yeah, noted, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Mtetwa.
Speaker.
City Manager. Councillor.
My apologies, Speaker. There was a question that was asked by Councillor Mtetwa which was not responded to, which was saying we don't know when the new trucks will be delivered. I think that question deserves
order, Somlo.
Angisho ngolonto, Speaker.
Okay.
Uphendula njengobani Madlala?
Okay.
No, I'm not responding.
Order. City Manager, proceed. Next item. Yeah, councillors, we are now going to move to the third supplementary report, of which is in committee. We have concluded now the agenda. We are going to deal with the in-committee items. Yeah. Where? Yeah, connection.
Delivery. The date of delivery.
Right, councillors, there are few items before we move to the in-committee. There are items for noting. There are items for noting and report to committee decisions.
They are all noted.
Councillors, if you refer on the committee decisions, they are all noted.
All noted.
Then the items for noting as well are all the items for noting noted.
All noted.
Thank you very much. Let's allow our officials to excuse themselves. Then the team, you have Facebook. Please excuse yourself. We're now dealing with an in-committee item. Thank you very much for your time. So we'll in our next meeting.